Welcome to Charlotte Motor Speedway here in the full-length Cup Series. They are doing a modified Coke 600 called the Return 600. There you see the race info pulled up on the screen. Qualifying order already has been set. Let me pull off that driver info there for y'all. I was messing with some logos earlier, so they're still rotating through. But I'm joined by Matt Metler. Matt, what do you expect to see in this race from these drivers here?
Bryce, first of all, the nighttime is the right time for the return of the 600 in prime time. It's nighttime. It's Concord, North Carolina. It's the birthplace of NASCAR, if you ask me, right in Concord, right outside of, Morrisville, North Carolina. These drivers are going to be pumped up, fired up, ready to rock and roll, and I think we can see exactly that energy carry over on the racetrack. 400 laps tonight. Who's going to be able to survive and be alive at the end? I think that's going to be the keys to the success to taking it to victory lane when all is said and done here.
Yeah, I ran a 600 on the 19th, and tell you what, that was definitely taxing. I mean, this track is tight. It's repetition, repetition, repetition keeps happening over and over and over again. And drivers, I have a feeling they might struggle with that just a little bit, but hopefully they don't. They should be pretty good with this. Got some high profile drivers in here. I'm going to also boost this iRacing sound because my cameras are so far away, it is not that loud, and I also have a condenser on it if it does go past the limit for it. But 400 miles, 600 miles, 400 laps, open setup, 11 sets of tires for these guys, so they'll burn through probably about at least 5 sets, and they'll have some left. But pace car is going to pull in here as the 21 of Patrick Gitter will take the green flag, and the green flag is in the air. We are underway here.
Underway, green flag in the air. There's the 21 of Gitter. He knows how to get going on these restarts. However, this field's sticking with him thus far. He has the control as he carries the torch into the 1-2 complex. For the first lap this time by, he's going to clear the rest of the field. Is now side by side. Goes the 86 and 00 for that second place position.
Don't want to really fight too early on, as we have guys that are already going up to that top line. Let's talk about that cursed paint scheme that the 63 is running. Going to give them another paint refresh because there's probably some guys that joined in after me, so their paints will go white for just a little bit, and then their actual paints will pop in on their cars. I know some guys are probably want to show some love on it. This race is really for the veterans. The guys will have some paint schemes. You will see a lot of American colors on these cars pretty much the whole entire race, which is not a bad thing at all to see. NASCAR is one of the sports that really pays homage to the veterans that lay their life down for us and give us what we have in America, even though some people will bash on that a little bit. We have a lot of stuff that other countries do not have.
And it's certainly the sacrifice for all those soldiers and service members that we remember and salute tonight. And just as you mentioned, these paint schemes, a lot of these teams have put a lot of time and preparation into that special wrap on those cars tonight. And so we certainly appreciate all that work and support from all the partners as well that make this happen as we salute here on Memorial Day weekend. A lot of side-by-side racing here as we go throughout the field there. That 29 ride wasted no time, almost 3 wide there, Bryce.
He's already trying to push the issue, and somebody bobbled. That is, and they're gonna be 3 wide off the corner. Somebody bobbled. What car is that? That is Hall in the 1. Got off the apron just a little bit, and once you get off the apron in these cars, they do not like to turn. So you really want to keep it up on the bottom or down on the bottom for as long as you can, because if it moves up just a tad, that is going to be a tight exit for you. So you really want to be cautious with how you are trying to drive these cars for sure.
Yeah, I thought Hall did a great job there when he got down to the flatlands. He didn't come back up into traffic, but that was definitely a code brown moment for him. We take it back up to the point. It's been all Gitter since the drop of the green flag. He's got the 86 machine of Joseph Gula behind him. Andrew Dyson in that 3rd place position. All is well here at the front of the field. And Bryce, these veteran drivers know 600 miles, 400 laps. You're going to have to ride for a little bit. And I'm starting to see that intensity wind down, at least for the first couple cars, but there is that Toyota Dale Jr. throwback that is really starting to make it rain on the high side there as he's getting spots up there against the wall, looking like Kyle Larson.
One thing that I worry about with Johnny is how loose does he have that car set up, because running up there, you're going to be able to run that for a little bit, but that's also putting a lot of demand on that right front, so you got to set that car up. I mean, extremely loose. I'm actually going to go cockpit to see what it is. I mean, he's, yeah, I don't have the wheel in my hand, but I could see just coming off that corner, the rear end did try to raise up off the ground. Let's see if it does it here again. I have my tires turned down just for broadcast purposes, and the engine turned up. Yeah, and that car is definitely unstable. It's happy on the rear end, but he's got a huge run right now coming to the outside of Gitter.
Yeah, he's going to challenge now as he's going to send it into the corner. And he is carrying a lot of speed in that 63. And you mentioned the loose race car. He is definitely working right now. You see a little bit of bobble there off the corner. He is able to clear the 21 of Gitter. Check the box, new leader in the house. But how much of those Dr. Feelgoods is he currently using up right now? Bryce, you mentioned the top of the broadcast, this track notorious for wearing out that right rear. You combine that with running the high side, it could spell trouble for the 63 here later on in this run.
Yeah, I wouldn't really count. It's early on in the run. I mean, it's a lot of people think, oh, this car's great. When it's great at the start of the run, that's mainly not good. You really want to see how little the car tends to fall off, because when the fall off starts to happen, that's when you see who can be the best car. Ooh, that's somebody almost thought that 22 was going to shove his nose in there. Alex Murray, the 6 of Jolene Sims, bobbled off the bottom. Luckily, he didn't decide to just shove his nose in there. As I actually ran a league race last night and got turned from somebody doing the same thing. They saw the bottom open up and they said, "Hey, I'm just going to stick my nose in there," and it was hectic.
Alex Murray, known for being a patient driver most of the time. He's great on the long run. No one brings the fury like that 22 machine, because he currently runs in that 12th place position, just outside the top 10. Royce, he's even with the board as he currently is running where he started. As we go up the road, there's the 62, of Neil Pearson, who has now cracked the top 10. However, he's actually slid back a couple of spots, but that's typical for the 62. He's in what I call one of the long run boy categories, as he's really good in that Chevrolet Camaro, especially as the green flags wind or we go through that green flag run, I should say.
Like
00 there, going to challenge Brandon Hastings as well.
He's from Perth, Australia, so we got some Austrians in here, and then we have one Canadian in this league, so we from all around the world. They see this big race, as looks like we got a battle for the lead. Looks like Souza, I actually know Souza from Fast Track, that Austin broadcast. He's going to go and get the lead here from Johnny. See how long he can hold it. I wonder if Johnny, I don't remember yes, I wonder if Johnny is shifting. Let's go cockpit. What RPM is he running? He's not shifting. Ooh, no one is shifting. So one thing that could help them if you burn that right front off is actually shifting, getting it to turn. It'll actually kind of get it looser off, surprisingly, because that's just the engine braking slows you down. But when they're going in their 5th gear, you're going to be more secure off, but you're also going to be a little bit tighter going in because you don't have that engine to slow yourself down. So you might have to use a little bit more brake in the car to get it to really set down on the front end for these guys to turn.
Yeah, get your trade-offs, the pros and cons. Do you want to use the binders, which, as you said, can make you a little more upset on entry, but can certainly help you with that corner off if you choose to do so. Great side-by-side battles going on right now. That 33 the 61 and 29, they just about door-checked each other as they currently run in that 27th place position. That's that Jacob Simpson there in the 29 ride, going up against the 97 of Lucas. I'm going to probably butcher this name here, Bryce. Botsma. He's up 7 spots. One of the biggest movers of the race, up 7 positions from where he started.
Definitely some drivers. You'll start to see tires maybe wear off a little bit more if you've gotten in decently hard. Somebody just yanked the wheel out of their own hand. I don't know what that was. Looks like the 81 went to side draft to 65, and I don't know if he knew he was there. Ryan Samuelson he got a little bit excited, and everybody's running the bottom. And I think what he's decided to do is, you know what, I'm just going to go where they are. And honestly, that works half the time. Everybody's just so slow on the bottom. Just go where these guys aren't, get by them, get back in line as soon as you can, and just gain the spots when they're available. And looks like he's seemingly doing that. He is incredibly loose, though, as that car just about snapped on him on exit. You got to be careful with that. You can't really be put to the floor, even though you do want to be put to the floor on exit, that's for sure.
Yeah, you got to exercise that mental toughness here at this racetrack. As you mentioned, you want to be getting all the good out of that V8, but a lot of times you do that, that could spell disaster. You know, a track like Charlotte doesn't get enough credit, in my opinion, in the difficulty category. You get loose coming off the 3 and 4, especially 4, that can spell disaster, especially in that high side lane, like we see the 81 of Samuelson running, or at least when he's attacking on the racetrack. So he needs to be mindful of that. But nonetheless, having a great go at it so far is that 81 machine has definitely chewed up some positions. But how about Jolene Sims in that 6 machine? Up 1 spot inside the top 10. That 6, that dark horse, is on the charge.
Yeah, I'm just looking at her. We got a media guide here. She says, found the league randomly simply through searching the iRacing UI. So, I mean, heck, drivers just finding this league, if they want to, sometimes they look for it, sometimes they are just kind of recommended it as somebody's nicking the wall. That is that bright blue, not bright blue, neon green and blue. That's the 00 of Dyson, who looks like he's just trying to get a big arch in the corner. And kind of back to what you said about Charlotte being hard, kind of the exit of 4 up in the High Line. I think it's actually where it's the tunnel, I think that's where it is on the track. The car tends to unload, and there's a bump right there, and if you're not careful, if you're already loose and you hit that bump, that will just send you straight around. And I've saw it happen so many times. It's almost happened to me a couple of times racing here. It's definitely a spot to watch these guys, especially as the run goes on, depending on where their car swings loose or tight.
Yeah, it happened to me last night, and it can certainly be magnified, especially if that track temp is north of the century mark. So that's a great point. All these different nuances out there that these drivers need to be conscientious of, as we're now working lap 21 of 400. The 63 continues to carry the torch, but that 7 machine, Bryce, is getting bigger in the mirror of that Camry.
As soon as it got the lead, the 63 took it back. Some 63 may have just been laying off a little bit. When we look at some lap times here, you can see they're on the board now, 30:58 to a 30:52. So Souza was a little bit faster, not by much though, but he's going to keep him really in tow. As we got 2 ripping the wall on the 29. I guess if you want to turn and you don't have any more place to go, just go ahead and use the wall to turn. As he got into it on exit, luckily I don't think he hit it really too hard. He just kind of scraped his car right up against it, so he should be fine. Might have made that car a little bit tighter for him though.
Yeah, he kind of stuffed it in there too, made a hole for it to fit. But yeah, certainly not self-inflicted concrete poisoning. It looked like he just used that wall, like you said, to help him just make the corner, gently came down off of it. No harm, no foul. This next-gen car can take it.
Just had 2 people bounce off the wall. That's the other neon green car. That is the 11 of Jones. So it might be getting a little bit tight from these guys that decided to push it super hard early in the run. They're kind of paying the consequences from it, and they are at what, 100% fuel. If I had to guess, I ran my 600. You can go about 60 laps on fuel. Actually ran out of fuel because I burnt my right front off and missed pit road as somebody just got loose back there. That is Long. It looks like Matt Long. I think these guys can about 60 to 65 laps on fuel, so that's when we start to see pit stops the first time.
Yeah, Matty Long with the don't stain your ride, use tide moment of the race thus far, as he almost got yeeted there. I think he's got intense inside the cockpit of that race car, but he's got it pointed back in the right direction. Certainly in the hornet's nest right now, as he is running literally on top of Schneider there and Simpson. This going on around the top 15 is Matty Long currently up 7 spots in that 16th place position.
You see the 29, I think he's maybe fallen off a little bit, as I think he just got loose off the exit of Jacob Simpson again. He's kind of stalled out on his charge up front a little bit now. Biggest mover appears to be Robert Miller. He's up 16 positions, currently sitting in 14th, so he started in 30th. He's made his way up here now. We got definitely varying lines with the 81. He's deciding to run up in the high line. Some guys are trying to run other places. I thought the 7's falling back really fast. He must have had
really
a
hard
bobble. Yeah, he definitely bobbled somewhere because they are just driving by him. He is loose. Oh, Lord, that car is not handling good for him.
I was worried, and I think you alluded to it as well, that he may be using up those good years a little faster than he would like to now as we go on board. Watch that wheel input. You can hear the engine as he's working the throttle. Bryce, that car is not happy right now. He is really having to wheel that thing.
Yeah, just looking at his wheel, I mean, you see those minor corrections. It's loose, and especially when he came off the corner, you saw it turn to the right. So he is not having a good time. He's going to have to run the top line to get that right front to burn off a little bit more, or else he's not going to be able to hold on to it at all. That's if he can hold on to it to begin with, as the 81 wig was behind him. So maybe everybody else is just getting loose here. See if it does at this corner again, coming out of 4. But I mean, it was loose. He's deciding to run the seam. Yeah, that car is, he's making a lot of corrections to it, so it's not having a good time. But Gitter, he's trying to get back the lead here. Qualified first. Johnny took it from him for a little bit, but he's going right back at him now.
Yeah, that 21 machine, Patrick Gitter, he knows how to get around this racetrack, especially when that green flag looms for long periods of time, and you're seeing that now as we approach lap 30. Remember, he had the initial lead early. He got swallowed up, lost a couple spots, but as we now approach, roughly the halfway mark in this run, here he is right back, going back to the point, or at least challenging. But he also has a mirror full of that 86 as he is there, as well as a 63 of Avella is way up the hill, able to carry the momentum and keep the lead. I thought the 21 was going to take a stab at it.
The 21's looking at some info from him. He doesn't have a team, but he's Team Conti affiliated. He constantly runs up front in the top split A Open. I can attest to that. I don't run A Open anymore. That means you have A Open setup. Says he is a new dad. So I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, but he's apparently a new father. As we're still going to go back at it. Gitter is just trying to stick on the bottom line. That 63 is just ripping the high line, trying to get this car going with him.
Yeah, that's going to make it very interesting here up front for this battle when you have one driver committed to the high side and one eaten on the bottom, especially in this next-gen car. It's very aero-sensitive, as you know, and these drivers trying to do what they can to keep as much clean air on the race car, but you can see the 21 gets really upset when it gets close to the 63. I think it starts to push up or pick up a tight condition, and it does not allow him to carry the momentum off the corner, not able to transition up because the 63 is there, and as a result, Hoffman and others are able to start reeling these guys in as they battle for the lead. Now they're side by side.
Yeah, the 21, I think he had a moment where the car bottomed out and it almost got him into the wall and he had to lift. But with the 63 running the top, the 21 can pull even with him in the corner, but the issue is the 63 gets such a big run in that high line that Gitter just cannot get around him. But the 63 decides to run the bottom, and that might have been a bad decision from him, and it was. Gitter's going to get to the outside of him now.
Yeah, a rare mistake there by Johnny Avella as he switched lanes, and that's going to give the 21 the high side. Gitter should be able to complete the pass here, especially as these good years turn from Dr. Feelgoods to Dr. Feelbads and check the box back to the point. Gitter in the lead here with 34 laps in the books at Charlotte.
He'll bring Hoffman with him. Johnny is going to fall 4 positions basically as soon as he loses a lead. Car, I don't know if he's just deciding to drop back in line or if it's just handling horribly, but he's now lost almost 5 positions here really, really quickly. So that car must be handling absolutely horrible. Now we got guys that have decided to venture up into this top line. That top line is the reason that they're running up there is that car is loose and they don't want to be on that bottom line having to put so much wheel into it. That's what these guys are doing. Top line is the least wheel you can put into it, and it kind of keeps the car a little bit more secure, so they do not want to be on that bottom. The bottom is really the preferred way around for some of these guys, but if you're up there, it means that you're loose and that car's not handling the way that you want it to at all.
Yeah, well said. I could not agree with you anymore. You know, that top is going to have a little more security, a little more comfort as a race car driver. But the bottom, shortest distance around the racetrack. But as you said, you have to put more wheel in it, more susceptible there to, losing the back of that race car and bad things happening, especially with all this close quarters racing going on.
Oh, that 92,
Wow.
he had that car step out in the corner, and I
What a
saw it.
save.
I saw him catch it, and that thing was, viewers might not have been able to see that, but I saw it kick out, and I was like, oh, Lord, he's either going to overcorrect or he's just going to keep sliding, but he luckily caught it and didn't just decide to, hey, I'm just going to yank the wheel to the right and hope it doesn't snap on me. He had a good save there to keep him in the race early on, especially.
Yeah, and remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you're following along with us here at home on GRN, no fast repairs for these drivers. So this car gets wadded up, tore up, they're on the hauler early. So that will certainly also affect the way that we're watching these guys attack this racetrack as well here tonight. A lot of side-by-side action here, especially inside the top 15. Samuelson continues to be committed to that high groove. He's pretty much been up there, Bryce, all 38 laps thus far.
Yeah, he either has a loose car or he just decides to run up there. I do wish they were a little bit better with replicating the high line in iRacing. Some tracks they're good at it, some tracks they aren't, but I think he might be kind of stuck down there because he can't get down to the bottom. Looks like that car is not got through the center that time, but I think it's lacking some center turn, which he could fix that a little bit, maybe set the brake bias to the rear a little bit more and just tap it in the middle of the corner so it decides to set the front end down is really all that he could do before he goes to get a pit stop and change something with it. These guys are about to wreck each other with how loose these guys are, and they're having that rear end step out on them all the time.
Yeah, they are doing the dance at times, and it has gotten very close to going ugly here. Is what is going on with the 99, clearly off the pace. That's Bryson Alexander in 32nd position. Not sure if he caught a piece of the wall or something, but nonetheless, way off the pace.
I'm gonna say, I'm just looking at that. I mean, I don't see any visible damage with the car. I don't know. I believe that car may have the wrong gearing. Look at it down the straight. I mean, he's turning about... That thing is tight. Oh my gosh, wow. Look at that. That car is gone. The right front is gone. I thought it was something gearing-wise, but that thing just... I mean, it literally just took off up the track halfway through the corner. So that car has a right front that's pretty much ready to be given away to a fan that wants it because there's going to be nothing left of it when he gets that right front off. And I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be surprised if it even lasts till lap 60 with how tight he was on camera.
Yeah, you could see how much wheel he was feeding, and that car was like a snowplow just going up the racetrack. There's no one screaming for a yellow. Right now, like the driver of that 99, Bryson Alexander, will continue to monitor that situation. As now we go back up towards the front here. Neil Pearson in the 62, still inside the top 10. But I think the big story here in the early going, Bryce, is Robert Miller. Not up 13, 23 spots for the Bristol, Tennessee native. Must have had some smooth whiskey before getting in that race car because he has been lights out since the drop of the green flag. Now in that 7th place position.
Yeah, I was looking at him earlier. It's actually extremely close to me, like 30 minutes from me. So he's a guy that's local to me at least. And our home track would be Bristol Motor Speedway. As he loose off the exit, as that car did not want to sit down at all. He is up 24, so he's definitely made some big moves up there. But Heitman and Galota, that's how you say his name. They are both.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're both chasing Gitter. Gitter's not been able to pull out to a lead at all. I do want to see what the lead will look like after pit stops because some guys are going to be super aggressive getting in. Others will be pretty cautious getting in. I'm somebody who'd rather smoke the tires getting in as the 81 almost takes out somebody below him. Almost takes out Souza. It's not the 81, it's the 91. It stamped the 81, so I got to remember that. that was almost bad. Souza's probably looking out of his right side mirror saying, "Thank you for saving that car and not taking me out." Oh, and there it
There it
goes.
goes. How did no one get into that race car? I can't believe that wasn't a massive crash. Incredible driving by these drivers, having the situational awareness that it's still getting ugly.
I mean, with this car driving like that, and you saw, actually, Souza came down pit road, so does Ralph Hutchison. But if Hastings can't get this car to burn the right front and get tighter, he's going to have to come down pit road because that car was, I mean, it's just wanting to snap on exit as he's going to get pinched. Yeah, he left that car in there, but I mean, he is incredibly loose. I want to see if it tries to get away from him coming through the corner here because it just wants to step out right on the exit. He's having to be a lot more cautious, but that is definitely not what he wants to deal with as a car that is that loose now. We have 3 guys down pit road. Taylor came down pit road, Hutchinson, and Jeffrey Souza. I think these other guys will probably stay out till the end of their fuel window. That's what I would do at least, or pit when other guys are pitting, like the main pack. There's a couple of stragglers. I wouldn't be worried about pitting necessarily because it's just not going to really benefit you anything unless a caution comes out, and that in itself is a gamble.
Yeah, I agree with your strategy there. For drivers like your leader, Patrick Gitter, Derek Heitman, who runs P2, Matt DeCiani, who's currently 5th, Alex Murray, the 22. I agree with your initial statement. They're going to stay out and run this fuel all the way out of this race car. They're going to get everything they can here in the early going. You know, we talked about these setups, some of these cars being really loose or tight early. You know, the one thing we didn't talk about yet, Bryce, this track is going to transition a lot as we go from daylight, dusk into the nighttime. Comers and goers could be a big storyline here late.
Yeah, they definitely will be a big issue as I've got my mouse aim on. Good Lord, I forgot how to turn that mouse aim off. We'll just look at him for a little bit. Hopefully I don't have to reset anything here. Once it goes to mouse aim, it definitely does not want to go away from that, and it is absolutely freaking out here. There we go, I got it off. Mouse aim is good, but when you don't know how to turn it off, it gets a little bit annoying. Sorry for that freak out there from some of those drivers on board. We were on board with Miller there looking at his car. Is that 92 still, or that not 92? Yes, no, it is a 92. He's going to get up to 3rd now.
More drivers coming out on the radio. They're going to be pitting this time by.
You've got a big group there. Looks like Gitter, Heitman. Yeah, everybody's coming down pit road now.
I was wrong, way wrong. Usually Sunday nights, these guys, they'll always go the distance, but as like you said, perhaps these tires just not being able to last, you know, the distance here, you know, on a full juice box on this race car. 51 laps in the books, and a lot of the leaders now down on pit road receiving their first service of the evening on their vehicle.
You do not want to speed. You don't want to put yourself behind early on. That is for sure, as they're going to drop the jack and go. And Heitman will win that race off pit road. That was a fast pit stop. What was his pit time?
That was lightning quick.
He had a 3/10 faster stop, and he spent 7/10 less on pit road. So that's what got him out front there. I thought Matt was... Oh, he did slide through, and we got a caution.
Caution.
I believe that may be a planned caution because there is nobody around on the track. Let me make sure that is.
I'm not seeing anything in the black box alluding to an issue out there on the racetrack, but sometimes you don't always get that notification either.
Yeah. So, well, I was going to say, looking at this, yeah, stage 1 is lap 100. So that's not the stage. I don't see it. It's Sean. That's who it may be. No, I believe it's just him. Go back to the time of the yellow flag here. We'll kind of search around the track. I don't see anyone around. Yeah, so I'm not completely sure what the caution was for necessarily. I don't see anybody wrecking, so that's a little bit odd there, but that's gonna actually benefit the guys that had just pitted, I believe. I don't think they went a lap down. Yeah, they didn't go a lap down. Some of them will get the wave around. But if you stayed out and were waiting, pit, this is a kind of a blessing in disguise for you. As looks like Hoffman, he will easily win that race. That is a horrible camera angle. Will easily win that race off pit road. But he'll get the lead now. So we got some new people up front. Look at Miller. Miller's up 27 positions from where he started.
He just keeps on eating up the pylon. 27 positions. That is absolutely outstanding. I just hope that car has the pace, you know, as we transition later tonight, you know, once we get around that 300-mile marker or so, because I've seen these cars really just change as this track rubbers up and that track temp comes down. But nonetheless, that, you know, that 10 machine, Robert Miller, you know, how his tires were able to hold on as good as they did while, you know, just gaining that much track position out there is absolutely incredible, Bryce.
You see all these cars in front of Clayton. These are cars that are going to get the wave around, and I think the 63 may have sped. That's why he's dropping back. Because, oh yeah, he definitely sped on his pit stop. That was under green, so that's going to put him, I think, a lap down. I think he's going to be stuck a lap down here, I believe. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
As a driver, that is gut-wrenching, especially when you were up there contending, and now you find yourself off the lead lap. The good news, the silver lining, we're only 55 laps into this thing. So look for the, you know, the spotter, the crew chief on top of his box, just get in his ear, be his voice of reason, get him refocused back in the game, and you do have enough time to overcome. You just can't afford any more mistakes.
I was going to say, I mean, it's definitely not over. When I kind of go back to when I ran mine, I ran out of fuel, and coming around, or coming the last lap, and down the backstretch, I'd actually turned the car off, was coasting down, and trying to carry momentum into pit road. I actually sped into getting into pit road, had a 40-second penalty, went 2 laps down. It took me, gosh, I think like 100-ish laps to get my 2 laps back. So it's definitely, I'm just being laps down. You're not out of it to begin with. I mean, you have so long to go in this race. So he's definitely still in it, because I mean, anything can happen for sure.
Yeah, well said. Certainly not the position that he wants to be in, but as you said, you are certainly not out of it. Just got to be smart, take what the racetrack gives you as we get this field re-racked, restacked, ready to rock and roll here. We virtually ran caution free through the first 53, 54 laps of this thing. First caution out there on the racetrack. Remember, stage coming at lap 100. As Hoffman and Murray are going to share the front row on this restart.
I was going to say, somebody said, thought that broadcaster's voice sounds familiar, so I think they might be talking about you, Matt. It was,
they're talking about me.
Yeah, it was Deb Harris that just looked over at the chat to just check it since we're under caution. But lights have gone off on the pace car here, so they will get the green next time by. I don't know why I just added that.
Deb Harris, thanks for joining us. You're always a loyal, faithful fan. Appreciate you being along for the ride here with us tonight on GRN.
See, look at these cars that are going to be in the inside line. This is basically more than half the field will all be lined up on the inside because of the wave around. And Jeffrey is stuck a lap down also. I don't think the 63 is, though. No, he is stuck a lap down. So we got 3 drivers stuck 1 lap down. So they'll definitely be trying to get that lap back. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're racing hard.
That pace car is going to pull off. Hoffman's going to have the button. When does he go in the Geico restart zone? Green flag back in the air. These glorious V8s come back to life here in Concord, North Carolina, as Hoffman shoots out of a cannon. What a restart by the 92 is Miller trying to clear, or excuse me, Murray trying to clear Miller there for P2 and P3.
These guys are going to be racing especially these other guys that are in the back. You see the 99 who, wait, is he actually the 99 this race? Yeah, the 99 who basically had a car that was ready for the dumpster because the right front was not turning. He got a chance to finally get those tires off, and I can guarantee you when he looked at the tire info, seeing how much they were worn, he was probably like, you have to be kidding me, because I guarantee it was probably, I give him at the maximum 40% left on those tires. I wouldn't be surprised if it's more like 20 or something like that with how much, or with how little turn that he had in that car, looking at how tight he was.
Yeah, I was really concerned he was going to perhaps blow that tire out, so that caution probably is saving grace, at least in the 99 camp, as Matt Hoffman is dug in and shot out to a quick lead here on this restart. It's Hoffman, Miller, Schneider, Murray, Pearson, Dyson, Ryan Jones, Ryan Samuelson, Kerry Koch, and Bobby Anderson that round out the top 10. As Robert Miller continues to put on a thriller here early, up 28 spots, and Bryce, he is now up to P2.
Got a little bit back in the pack here as I just managed to put a stain on the fingerprint on my glasses, trying to adjust them. But we got this 81. There's some cars that are stamped incorrect in this race. When I say 81, I'm talking about the car number, not what the ticker says. And what is going on here?
Somebody off the pace.
Bobby Anderson way off the pace. He's not out of fuel.
His M&Ms didn't turn into Reese's Pieces.
I'm gonna say he's not out of fuel. I mean, he just pitted. Maybe he's running. Maybe he wanted to do that just to get away from everybody. I mean, that's an odd way to do it. I mean, he was down to second gear. He was giving up so much time. It's an odd move from a driver. I don't know. I mean,
Perhaps maybe he was having a hardware failure, an equipment failure. But you're right. See, going on board and seeing him in second gear like that is not the mainstream way to do it, as Patrick Gitter goes fastest lap of the race at 29.57. And Bryce, I bet before this race is all said and done, we'll see some of those laps in the 28-second range.
Right now they're running fastest is high 29s, but I do expect as the lights will actually go off here, that'll definitely pick up as the race goes on for these guys, so you have to keep in mind for that. And that'll also make these cars a little bit tighter, so you're probably actually going to want to change the springs. The right rear, you're going to take out some spring, left, yes, right rear take out some spring, left rear you're going to put in spring to keep it even on those. Right's always righty tighty, lefty loosey, and the left is always a complete opposite, which is weird to do. But that's what drivers, they can manipulate that since it's the open setup. They can also mess with some air pressure on those cars as the night goes on. So they can make changes to them, but the only changes that they can make are really on pit road. You can do brake bias, but I don't really think that will do very much for them. Especially well, I don't know. If you're loose or if you're tight, that might actually help you guys. Holy crap, who just did that? That was a move from, who was that? I'm trying to look at his car. Galota?
Think it was
that was the 86 of Galota. Just went, I mean, basically drove by him like they weren't even moving, and it looks like he's got nitro in that car, how fast he's going right now. He's just flying up through this, and he has the same age tires as these guys around him, so it's not like he's got 20 lap fresher tires, and he is just sticking it.
He carried so much momentum into the corner. He had to use all the real estate out there on the racetrack. You probably couldn't have fit a piece of paper between his car and the wall. And that thing is absolutely ripping, as he is now all over the back of the 91 of Hastings. Another position gobbled up there by the 86, as he is shockingly up to that 12th place position.
I think what we're seeing is guys just going where other people aren't. I mean, you want to hog the bottom? Okay, I'll just take the top. I mean, they're literally just going where they aren't. I mean, that's what you have to do sometimes. You just got to realize this is going to save tire riding the bottom, but I can also get 2, 3 positions and then tuck back in very quickly and not really hurt them.
Got 61 thinking about making it 3 wide, and it is.
when you're...
Looks like the Blue Angels in formation coming off turn 2. As they go down the backstretch. Murray has it sorted out. 2 by 2 they go. But certainly still a Noah's Ark situation.
61 made daring move, but sometimes you have to make that. Just realize, you know, it can just go for it, see what happens.
Yeah, the top, you know, back to what you're saying about utilizing the top, it's, you know, that is a great option, especially if you manage your tires. You know, then you can go up there and really utilize that lane to make passes. But, you know, I just worry with some of these guys, for instance, like the 86, as fast as he is right now, does he pay a premium for that as we get closer to the end of stage 1, as he is now working the 62 over, trying to get inside the head of that driver.
You'll be looking at him, trying to get around him. Looks like he will probably do it this time by. Yeah, he easily gets by him. He's going to have a huge run coming down the backstretch, too. He's going to look at Gitter. He's just going to decide to run that high line. And yeah, they have caution at lap 100. So I don't know. Wow, okay, he's just going to keep his foot in it again. They had to loosen their car up. I mean, he had to have loosened it up. That's the only thing that I can think that'd be being allowing him to do this, is he took a lot of wedge out of that car. So it's set up super, super loose, and it's just going to get tighter as the run goes on for him, because he is, I mean, it looks like he's keeping his foot in it almost the whole way around.
Let's see, over 7,600, almost 7,700 RPM off. You can see the car a little loose there off, and he is on the throttle, Bryce. You're right, he is barely lifting at all.
I mean, he lifts, getting in the corner, the front end sits down, and yeah, look, if you look at those small corrections on that wheel, that car is loose, so he's trying to get it to turn, and it's wanting to kick out, so he's having to make the wheel bite a little bit more, running up high, so it's going to get this car a little bit tighter for him too, but I mean, that thing is hooked up. I mean, and you can't change. Wow, holy crap.
Sorry to cut you off there, but he is working his tail off, and you can see it, and that's great presentation, you know, by our production team, to, you know, all you guys at home joining us right now on the broadcast, just watching just how hard, you know, this driver is working. But loose is fast and on the verge of out of control. I know I'm quoting a movie, but that couldn't be more true here at Charlotte, at least right now.
He is just absolutely just letting this car just rip, and I would almost dare to say that he can maybe get a little bit more out of it if he would downshift, but I mean, he is getting such a big run that, I mean, he is just absolutely flying going around this track, and he's definitely set that car up a lot looser. Hoffman's able to actually almost extend it out to a 2-second lead, as I think Dyson might be holding them up. Yep, there goes that car loose. He has got that thing as loose as it can be, but, and Matt, you said it, loose is fast, fast is loose, and on the edge of wrecking. So it's definitely what he's taken to heart. And it's working for him too, for sure. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Fix it. Well said. And he's running some of the fastest laps out there. You know, the prior lap, he was in the, you know, 29.9 range. That time by a little slower, as he was around some traffic in the 30.14 range. But if you compare his times to the leader, last time by for Hoffman, you know, a 20 or 30.25. So certainly you can see just how quickly the 86 is coming to the point. Ooh, as the 10 almost slides up there. I thought he was going to come up into the 86 a little bit more, perhaps give him the squeeze job, but not the case, as he keeps the car off of him. But here we go again. Another position as he now cracks the podium. The 86 is on a mission to the front here at Concord.
And the only thing that I would be worried about is where he's running that high line. He can't go down to the bottom to really defend his position, because he's having to that would put more wheel in the car, and that rear end's already wanting to step out on him. So he has to realize, okay, I made changes to this car. I'm only going to be able to run this high line, not the bottom anymore. Is that 22 is just going to decide to, hey, I'm just going to shove you up here instead.
Yeah, Murray said, let me help you here on corner entry, but I got you.
It says 2023 championship.
Wow, what a
driver.
power slide off the top.
Looks like Murray will get side by side with him in the 86. He's having to go into a different position. He'll lose 2 spots there. He's kind of stuck in the bottom. Probably doesn't want to have to deal with that. Now I wonder if he's driven a little bit too hard and it's going to fall off, and that'd be a pretty quick fall off though if it did fall off like that. That'd be really fast. And he ran hard for 10 laps there. Looking at Miller's
You know,
info. Miller's a setup builder for Outlier setup shops, and he's involved in the Coke series, so not surprised he's up here. He's probably got a little bit of a Coke set going on with that car right now with how well he's running so far.
Yeah, that kind of, tells the story, helps at least. It makes sense in my mind is, the way he has just come up through the field. I mean, this guy started in the next county over, the drop of the green flag, and pop, here he is, just outside the top 3. Little Coca-Cola magic in the 10 machine. Starting to paint the picture here for me, Bryce. Thank you for that critical information.
So just looking at some other info for him. VRS, it's a setup shop also, but it looks like we got Murray's going to get another position from Dyson here now. Hand through the field, the 81, this 81 at least, which is actually the 90. Ooh, Lord, somebody just had that car step out on him. That was the actual 81. That was Ryan Samuelson. What you want to see if you're a driver, it's kind of a catch the car and just realize that, hey, at least it's not wrecked now, and he's got 20 laps to hold on to it if he needs to make some changes also to the car.
I think a lot of these drivers will be making changes over the course of, the race tonight, because if you're good now, I still think it's too early in the race. We're still going to see a lot of change here in the handling, the characteristics of this racetrack. Is that 10 machine now up 22 spots as well. So Lucas getting it done in that Dark Horse Mustang, as well as he has now cracked the top 10 place.
Looking at the time, I've kind of been looking at it also as we've been kind of panning through. Murray has kind of caught Hoffman here a little bit. Hoffman had about a 2-second lead, and it's now down to almost a second. And Murray's running a 10th faster each lap. So either Hoffman's just decided to really lay off, or Murray's just decided to push it where his cars came around, or Hoffman could have ran too hard early on, but he's going to shave off another 10th here. So I wouldn't be surprised if Murray catches Hoffman before this stage ends. He is way up against the wall. See kind of on the glimpse there in the back of on the back end of that camera shot that we had.
Yeah, I used to say this a lot last year. No one brings the fury like Alex Murray, especially over the long run. This is a driver here that's poised, a lot of veteran experience inside that 22, Bryce. He knows how to dial it back and be patient, but when he wants to hit the flamethrower and go places, the old Toyota, hashtag Toyota moving forward, let's go places. He knows exactly how to do that, and you're seeing that right now. His last time by, my God, a 29.79 for Murray to a 29.95 for Hoffman. So you're absolutely right, but Murray is going to be there contending before the end of stage 1.
Murray cut off another 3/10 there as I was walking around while you were talking just to look at it. But he is definitely coming fast, and so is Miller. Everybody else is, and I had to think that Hoffman has fell off. But I mean, he is coming fast.
Yeah, that lap of 54 to a 70. And just behind him, Robert Miller is just a couple hundredths off. He ran a 30.57. So, all the cars inside the top, 3-4 are all faster right now than Hoffman as we work lap 85 of 400.
Yeah, Murray and Miller, they're going to catch Hoffman here. And I just have to think that Hoffman, how he took off so fast, is he either made some changes to that car to where it'll take off fast and then fall off slowly, or Murray's just decided to turn it up here. They might have realized, hey, we've saved a little bit. Now let's go and catch him, as they're going to shave off about another 2/10 of Hoffman's lead. So they're definitely coming here, as Miller's going to look to the inside of Murray for that second position. So that's going to give Hoffman a little bit of breathing room as these two get side by side with each other.
Great battle here. Two veterans going at it. They know how to put on a good show without sticking each other in the fence, knock on wood. Ted now is looking hard on the inside as they are door-to-door, side by side. It's a John Force special coming off of 4. Drag race to the line. Who's it going to be? Advantage to 22, but the 10 might have the preferred lane coming into 1, Bryce.
Do the 10. Kind of, when you want to pass somebody, you kind of almost have to pull a slide job as Miller will easily get that position. Ooh, they're still catching Hoffman here. I wouldn't be surprised if Miller, he's trying to get that quarter panel or trying to get that nose to the outside of the Hoffman, and Hoffman, I think he realized that, decided to run up the track a little bit higher, or a little bit longer up in that high line before he started to go back down to the bottom, just so Hoffman, or just so Miller couldn't get to his outside. Gonna be defense mode from Hoffman now, as he's gonna take away the outside. He's gonna leave Miller at the bottom. Looks like Hoffman bobbles coming off the corner, but he's gonna kind of side draft, not side draft at the same time on Miller. Miller, I think he's gonna pull a slide job now on Hoffman, and Hoffman crossing over. I don't think that car has the rotation in the middle that it needs right now, but he's gonna try to get to the outside of Miller, and he's not gonna be able to do it. Murray's gonna try to come with him as, oh, Lord, that's a shove.
Kid skinny. Oh, the 22 and the 92 and the 22 hooked up there. Got a little bit of some draft action going on, and they almost shot the hot dog out of the bun.
That was definitely iffy for those drivers. You got your tires lifted off the ground. I mean, you can't stop. You're trying to stop. You're trying not to run over a guy, and then it's just kind of like, hey, but the driver behind you, one, can't see in front of you at all to begin with. That's definitely a nerve-wracking thing for sure.
Whoa, big-time power slide for Alex Murray off the top. It looked like drift night coming off the corner. Way to gather it up, Alex Murray.
Just got a notification that Ryan Samuelson went off track. Look at that very, very quickly.
So that's going to be the 81.
Ooh, that car just stepped out on. Yeah, he just stepped out coming out of 4. He's lucky to save it. Luckily doesn't. I don't think he's down pit road. Yeah, he's not going to pit. I mean, he only got 9 more laps left, so just hold on to the car until the end of the stage happens. Definitely, he needs to make some changes to that car to get it tighter on exit, but you don't want to get it too tight, so you can probably put some wedge into it. Maybe do some air pressure changes on that right rear. I think he would actually take... You'd actually take air out. No, you'd add air into it, I believe. Yes, add air into the right rear to make it a little bit tighter.
You know, I'll be honest, I am horrible when it comes to
Lord.
big-time wiggle. Hoffman.
Keeping his foot in it. Good Lord, that man just said, hey, I'm just going to keep my foot in it. If it gets loose, it gets loose. I think that's why he was running that high line. He might want to go up to the high line now with how loose it is. I would not be trusting that car if I was him. I'd be like, you know, I don't really feel comfortable being down here because I'm about to get turned if I'm not careful at all. Or not get turned by somebody, get turned himself.
Well, yeah, especially as we've had a couple cars now really get out of shape here, especially off of 4. Samuelson, I mean, he took the full-blown Evel Knievel line. He went Baja and through the grass and everything else, did a great job. Put it right back up on the racetrack, but it's a lot harder than it looks to do that.
These cars with the rack and pinion steering, if you decide to overcorrect, or really even barely overcorrect, that car is just going to say, hey, oh, you want to go to the right? Okay, once I get some grip, we're going to go directly 90 degrees to the right instead of the old cars where it would be a little bit easier to save. The steering wasn't so fast on these cars, or on those cars, but these cars, it is, oh, if you're not careful, you will overcorrect incredibly hard for sure.
Yeah, you can definitely find yourself in the fence fast and in a hurry, to blink of an eye at times. And Bryce, you and I have seen that a lot, you know, since this next-gen car has become, you know, the new HMFIC of the Cup Series. Little Toyota here, little Toyota action on Chevrolet. That 00 edges ahead, but this 24 is just doing such a good job of being able to hold the bottom, especially deep into this run. A great car control there from Edward Shear Jr. Are they going to go 3 wide?
They're thinking about it. They want to do it. I think, who is this behind him? That is Benefield. He was looking. I don't know if he's going to force the issue. I mean, it's still early on, but he definitely wants to try it. They're actually make a little bit of contact there. The 24 got
Contact.
tight. That 00 got to his outside, and that made that 24 tight. So he'll Adam will jump on that opportunity to get that position, but Miller looks like he's gonna run away with the lead a little bit here. Murray's gonna try this high line to get the spot from Hoffman. Hoffman will finally kind of have to give it up to him. He almost wrecked himself earlier, so he's got those rears. Probably still a little bit mad at that car, so he's got to keep that in mind while he's going around the track right here. You can't be too aggressive on the throttle.
Yeah, especially you don't want to do that as we're nearing the end of stage 1. And not to change the subject, but how about Robert Miller, Bryce? He's virtually went from one of the worst to first. That 10 machine is P1, up 29 spots to the good. Absolutely incredible as we watch this battle between the 92 of Hoffman and the 22 of Alex Murray. Probably one of the best shootouts on track right now as we are working now lap 99.
It's like probably the top 3 are set at least. I would not count out 4th and 5th switching hands though. So 83 is trying to get it. The 00 has it. The 00 will have a run down the back stretch. Let's see, will the 24 go with the 80 or the 83? It looks like he will, not will. At the same time, he kind of decides last second to shove him. He probably needs to be up there or shoving him a little bit sooner than that to try to make that. Looks like we'll wait for it.
Sorry about that. Always get worried coming off of turn 4 there, especially, you know, with a lot of laps on those Dr. Feelgoods as they become Dr. Feelbads. They're still side by side. They don't have it sorted yet. Rumbling down the backstretch here on lap 100. Look at them doing the Indy Snake. Yes, I know we're at Charlotte, but these two are throwing everything they have at each other. Off the corner for the final time here to end the stage, I believe, this time by at the line. It's going to be the 00 of Andrew Dyson with the spot.
You see, I mean, they probably knew, hey, this caution's coming out for the stage end. Let's just go as hard as we can. We're going to get these tires off. Let's just see what happens. As long as we don't wreck, we're good.
Well, that's the key word, or the key phrase, as long as we don't wreck.
One thing that kind of, most races I run fast repairs, I think that's kind of taken out. I'm kind of glad they're not running fast repairs because some guys, they're like, you know, I have a fast repair. I'm just going to make this really dumb move on somebody and then just fix my car. And when you take that away, drivers have to think, okay, do I really want to do this? Is this really worth it at the moment? So you'll see some guys will back off from moves that they probably would make if they did have a fast repair, but they don't in this race here.
Yeah, I agree with what you said. It's like having a risk-free insurance policy. Hey, you can go ahead, wad it up, put it in the wall, and we'll give you a brand new car without increasing your premium, this, that, or the other. And to be fair, I'm guilty of doing that myself at times, versus if I don't have one to use, I'm going to approach this race a whole heck of a lot differently. Is stage 1 now in the books?
Everybody will come down pit road. We'll get Miller after he does his pit stop. Don't want to be talking to him while he's in his pit box because that'll mess him up, mess up his timing, mess up the drop of the jack and stuff like that for him. So I definitely don't want to do that. As I'm looking at some of these pit board signs. Are you kidding me? I know what that one with the anime character on it is. It has a helmet on. I can't think of what it's from, but you see a yes pit board sign. Miller is off and away. Hopefully he will win the race off pit road, and it looks like he will not win the race off of pit road.
Gitter's gonna get him.
That'll be won by Murray
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Murray and Hoffman beat him off pit road. Yeah, he had a slower stop. His stop overall was 6/10 slower. So he either got in the box slower, or he had to get more fuel put in that car, or had a tear off selected. But that was not a horrible stop, but it definitely wasn't the stop that he needed, especially saying that he lost the lead there. But we will pull him in. Let me make sure I pull in the right driver. That is Robert Miller, the 10. We'll bring him in here. I can't drag anybody. Let me make sure here. Hold on. He told me.
Well, Bryce is working on getting that sorted here. Gonna re-rack, restack this field now. 103 laps of the scheduled distance completed. 400 laps, 600 miles here from Charlotte tonight in prime time. Currently live on GRN. Like, share, subscribe. You want to join the family, smash the like button, ring the bell. Come home to 6 days of high-flying, high-octane racing action only right here on GRN.
Are you able to move people's? I just don't know if my Discord is messed up or not, because sometimes that does happen. Yeah, I was gonna say I messaged him that we can. I probably should have tried that before we went green. I don't know why it's not letting me do that.
You know what's weird? I checked it earlier and I was able to, but now I am not.
That is odd. Only thing I could think of is maybe some perms had changed. I don't know. I don't think he's changed anything, but I've let him know that. Hopefully he sees it before we go back green. But Matt, I'm gonna go get a drink very quickly. I'll leave it to you for literally 30 seconds.
Not a problem. You go get that drink and we'll switch off. Is the driver of the 22, Alex Murray. You can catch him Sunday nights in action over in the Stacy Strong Cup Series. He's your leader, up 11 spots. Clayton Hoffman, the 92 machine, he currently in that second place position, up 7 spots. The big story, though, of this race, Robert Miller, the 10 machine, started in the woods. He's not up 7 spots, not 17, 27 spots. That 10 is next level right now, and he's done it with a lot of professionalism, charisma, and high-octane action inside of that Dark Horse Mustang. He's been fun to watch. His lights go out on that pace car.
Thank you for that, Matt.
Not a problem. Bryce, I'm going to switch off with you. I'm going to get a drink, and I will be right back.
Yeah, always an important thing to have water next to you. I've made the mistake multiple times of, hey, I'm going to do a broadcast without any water, and the next day my throat is absolutely gone. So don't make that mistake.
Yeah, I did. I forgot to get mine, but I'm fixing that right now.
But biggest mover, evidently, it's still Robert Miller. But second biggest is, let's see, would be kind of a flip-flopping right now. Would be Corey Cook. He is up 18, 17, keeps flipping because of them pacing right now. But he's not had a bad night here at all. But 105 laps of 400 done. So far uneventful. I'm probably going to regret saying that, but I'll say it. Pace car will pull in here as starter will have the flag in his hand. As the green flag is in the air, we are back underway here. Watching some other guys go around the track, different camera angles after they go green.
And it is, as we're now underway in stage 2. These drivers wasted no time where they left off. Bryce, they got those brand new Goodyear Eagles underneath them. You can see the confidence back up out there on the racetrack as it's starting to get racked and stacked here. Pitch a tent, throw a blanket over these guys as they are running just about a little over 192 miles an hour, inches off of each other. As we're watching the hype man, Derek Heitman, in that 12th place position as he's trying to navigate around the 57 there, but he gets a great run on the outside. In fact, he may gain a spot. He's going to get the 61 there of Cookie.
Like, Stone will try to get another position. He's going to run that high line. Somebody's nicking the wall there. I think that's a 62 in front of him. He thought about it. He wanted to go 3 wide. But, sorry, excuse me there. He thought about it, but he probably thought, it's still a little bit too early for it. Don't want to make drivers mad, especially early on in that run. But Miller fell back. I've been looking at that. He started, what, 3rd? Now he's back to 6th right now. I don't think the car is the same as what it was out front.
Or this could be, design. This could be a plan. Fall back a little bit, let these guys burn their stuff up, and then turn up the wick as these laps continue to wind on. But nonetheless, he is a little bit off the pace. He's in the low 30-second bracket. Last time by 30-10 for Miller. Everyone else running 29.90s, 29.94s.
If I had to guess, he probably is saving a little bit. As the 86 is doing what he did earlier. Basically just moving by everybody like they're not even driving the car anymore, kind of like the Ricky Bobby scene, except in reverse. And he's just going outside, basically, hey, I'm gonna keep my foot in it, see what happens to it. I can't remember what ARCA driver said that at Daytona this year, but somebody said I'm gonna keep my foot into it and pray to God that I can see the finish, and I think that's what he said there during that.
Something like that, or I'm not gonna lift until I see God or a checkered flag.
Yeah, I think it was that I'm pretty sure what you said is exactly what he said, which is, you kind of have to have that mentality sometimes. I'm going to try something very quickly, see if he gave us some perms again. I'm just going to move somebody. Yeah, okay, now we can. So if there's another caution, yeah, we'll get Miller back in. He fixed it now.
Yeah, big shout out, to all the admins here as they've worked really hard and diligently to put this event together. All the partners, the sponsors, the drivers. We certainly can't do it with all the viewers and the fans at home joining us right now for the return of the 600 right here live on GRN.
Looking at Edward right now. He's riding around currently in 4th position. He's gained 10 from when the green flag dropped at the start of the race, so he's not had a bad race to this point. But I mean, you still have 200 and I just do quick math here. 286 laps left in the race, so you definitely have to keep that in mind. And there's still going to be a lot more give. I think probably the last 100 is when we'll see drivers take more than anything else. Apparently cranberry juice makes me want to pick up for some odd reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, cranberry juice will do that to me as well, certainly if it's ocean spray. But I think you hit the nail on the head there. As we hit that, 100 laps to go threshold, I think we're going to see a much different look, feel to this race. The aggression is going to come up. We could start to see some, yellow flags show their face as well. But, you go back, 20 years, Bryce, this race was an endurance race. Not that it is now, but back then it was, for the driver and for the car. You certainly couldn't go out there, back in the Gen 4 days, especially early on, and run this thing wide open. You really had to manage your equipment, manage the heart of that race car, and as the driver, you had to prepare as well. With modern technology, these next-gen cars, with the dialed-back horsepower, not so much an equipment worry these days, but as a driver,
Thank you.
100 miles, and even in the sim world, I guarantee you some of these guys are starting to sweat.
Yeah, I think really one thing with the cars back then, well, one thing now is these cars aren't pushing as much power as the old ones did. The old ones were pushing 900 horsepower. These are running, I think, 550,
is it?
No, at this track, it's it's not 550 anymore. I think it's either 625 or 675. So, I mean, that's definitely going to increase the durability of it, and I really just technology advances where, I mean, it's going to improve the life of the engine. But the old cars was, I mean, you were getting most you could out of that engine, so a lot of engines would expire. It was, we're going to push this thing to its limit and just hope that it lasts. I mean, I don't think we've had a engine failure yet this year in the Cup Series. I don't think we have yet. Pretty sure. I know you've probably had some driveline breaks.
Yeah, we've had some driveline issues, that elusive toe link, of course, but I can't think of any of those engines prematurely expiring this year.
Yeah. Knowing that being said, we'll have, I'm not even going to say it because then I'll speak into existence.
Yeah, broadcasting versus real.
Yeah, I mean, I remember my driver had one happen, like literally 5 in a row playoffs 2 years ago. No joke, 5 in a row. He had engine troubles. He had it happen at Darlington, but luckily he got it fixed, but went 2 laps down, finished 14th, but that was probably the unluckiest thing. He's a Hendrick driver, so y'all can probably tell who I'm talking about just from that. I'm not going to say his name.
How could I forget that stretch of just, in the words of the Beastie Boys, it felt like sabotage. You just don't see that.
Yeah, it definitely did. I was like, you have got to be kidding me. He just blew another engine on that car. And it was the weirdest stretch of races that I ever saw. I was like, there is no way they're not trying to mess with him or do something for that car. But it's definitely annoying.
You know, I was surprised the Iceberger, one of these, YouTubers didn't make a video on that. Still kind of scratching my head, but that was a rough time. In the playoffs, it was gut-wrenching. It was almost to the point each week you almost expected it. And just one of the oddest stretches we've seen here in the modern era is the 62 now going up against Matty Long there, Lucas in that 97 machine. Some of these cars are double stamped here, or their placard that we're looking at on the broadcast is not matching up with what's showing on the racetrack, and it got me on that one.
That's one thing that's always annoying is this is more of a planned race, but still sometimes you have guys that join late that don't realize, hey, I have a fixed number on my car, so it's not going to match up with the stream at all. I actually had the race that I ran last night in the league where I ran a Coke 600. I had Jeff Gordon's I just hit the other overlay. Sorry about that. 1998, I think, championship paint scheme. I thought I took it off, but I actually thought I loaded another paint scheme over it, but I didn't take it off because I had a custom number, and I was messing with wheel settings, and I decided to unmute, and they said, hey, you have the wrong number. And I was like, oh, thank you for telling me that. I legitimately did not know. Luckily, it was in practice, and I got that issue fixed, but some of these guys probably didn't realize that their number's not showing up correctly on their car right now.
Yeah, a lot of times it's just an honest mistake. There's so many things you're trying to get sorted out there pre-race or in practice. You just don't realize it sometimes until it's too late.
Not that big of a deal. We'll just have to kind of make a mental note
of it.
Of that. I don't think anybody else is getting too drastically loose. Bobby Anderson's still all the way back here. I mean, the only thing I can think this is similar to is like Talladega, where you just run away from or run way behind everybody else. You can just kind of watch everything unfold. But that's still really, really far back there to be doing that. So it's kind of a little bit odd to see these guys that far back in line right now.
Yeah, clearly something is amiss with that 18 of Bobby Anderson. I agree with you 100%. I know you mentioned the gear possibly earlier, with some of these other guys, or perhaps, their car is dialed in. As Larry McReynolds would say, the nighttime is the right time, and that's when, we'll start to see them come to life here. Some of these other guys, their cars are phenomenal right now. We still have to, watch as this race transitions to see if these cars remain dominant. All these drivers we have right now up here at the front of this piece as we work lap 127, like Hoffman, Stone, and Dyson, that are currently just up the road here. What a move there by Jolene Sims in the 6th. Split the gap, took the spot. That dark horse. Woo! That was a move.
Definitely make the moves that you need to. You could, I mean, really, where these guys are so close together right now, this is, I'd almost say, the opportune time to go and try to get the positions, maybe sacrifice a little bit of tire just so you can slide up in front of them, as apparently it likes to look at this pink car. I'm trying to see what that said. I think it says Donut Mom on the side. Sometimes I like to look at the paint schemes. I saw some really weird paint schemes and some really interesting paint schemes at the same time on some of the cars, and half the time I see them, I'm like, what in the world?
Somebody caught a piece of the wall there right around the Donut Mom. I thought it said Donut Moth at first.
Oh, it actually does. No, yeah, it does say Moth on it. I thought it said Mom for some reason. Got that completely wrong.
Well, I thought I had saw Mom a couple times and then Moth. I was on the fence, to be quite honest with you, but I think it's Donut Moth.
See here, looks like she's just going to ride that high line. I don't know why it's wants to focus on her car so much. We'll do it manually now. Is that 83 is going to ride that high line? Ooh, that 62 of Neil Pearson had a wiggling rear end. Got some info on him. He is from, I already talked about him. Dirty South Racing. There's some other info. You have a Ryko driver setup shop in here. Have some pretty big names. Nick Ottinger, I don't think, yeah, he's not in this race, sadly. He was supposed to run in this race. He's a current Coke Series driver, and we got a block being thrown.
Whoa, a big time block. Did you see those guys scatter? They were really exploring the space on that one.
I was looking at the info, so I just saw out of the corner of my eye, just the 83 was literally basically down to the apron almost, just trying to block for those guys. I was like, this is not a good moment. That's kind of gives you the green light to say, hey, okay, you want to block me? Well, block this, and then just I'm just going to turn you. That is definitely a little bit of a nerve-wracking thing to see for sure.
You know, as much as I'd love to see a modern-day pass in the grass, I don't know if that's possible with this race car, but as low as he was on the racetrack, you know, if that was on some of the other parts of this 1.5-mile oval, he definitely would have been in the fairway, some would say.
I don't know. I mean, these cars, one thing that I do like about them is they set up a little bit higher so it won't rip the splitter off. So you could probably do it. I don't know if you'd be able to keep up your speed. I just looked up information. So Dustin Hall, #1 car in this race, he's with Team Conti. He builds setups for them and has been involved in the Coke Series for many years. I knew there was another driver here. You can see him in the one car right now. I knew we had some more information on that. You can see some other drivers with the Team Conti paint scheme. I think Michael Conti's probably watching this race. I think he had to back out. Don't know why. Probably just had some other real-life stuff that he was doing for just kind of some schedules that didn't match up there for him. It would have been cool to see a Coke Series driver in here tonight just to see how much differently he drives than these other guys in the pack here so far.
Yeah, but nonetheless, I mean, we do really have a star-studded field here tonight. Team Conti's been putting on a pretty good show here as well. Patrick Gitter, you know, furthest, you know, our highest on the pylon, I should say right now, I believe in that 21 machine in the 4th place position. You know, some of the other Conti drivers currently right now, Andrew Dyson in the 00, 8th, Derek Heitman in 10th. I believe Alex Murray is affiliated or is on Team Conti as well. We certainly seen some of those guys further up the pecking order, if you will, just a few short laps ago. But nonetheless, here we go again. Clayton Hoffman, Bryce, out in front and starting to charge away from the rest of the field as he's almost out to a 1.6 second advantage over Cameron Stone in P2.
I definitely want to see will his advantage last, because early or later in that last run that we saw, he started falling off really hard, and I believe he fell back to 3rd. Luckily, he was able to stop the slide there. Stone, however, he's going to lose 3 positions before he can get back up in line here. He needs to do it quickly, though. It might just be his best interest. Hey, I'm not 100% right now. I'm just going to let him pass. Hopefully this car can maybe regain some of the speed that he got there.
Hello.
That's something. And they're 3 wide now. Shot the gap. Went to 86. And 86, he takes off really fast. But I keep noticing he just, I mean, he doesn't fall off of a cliff. But he just, like, it just dies out on him so quickly. And I just don't know. I just don't understand why. I don't know if that car is just set up wrong or what. But I mean, he's got speed early on for sure.
Yeah, that car fires off out of a cannon on these restarts. And then it definitely has speed, like you said, but that car gets wicked loose, and he has to just manhandle that thing on the top shelf where Mama hides the cookies. But nonetheless, it's been working for him. So we now follow Cameron Stone here in the 57, up 21 spots. He's cracked the top 10 in that 7th place position, looking for more as he's starting to dial up the excitometer on the back of the 57.
The car is just, that's a throwback to Sterling Marlin's paint scheme when he ran with Chip Ganassi when they were driving Dodges, which, I don't know if y'all remember Dodge. Now, the more you think about that team as a race team in general, that was kind of odd. They won a championship, and then they just dipped out of NASCAR. Like, they just left after that. That's kind of just, that's just an odd thing to think. I think the last time they ran a car was, like, I think 2016, because it was actually an Xfinity car, but it was like the body of it was a Dodge. It was weird circumstances. I think actually Rick Ware ran that car and actually finished like 4th, but that was the last time Dodge was ever in anything. But they won a championship with Brad Keselowski and then just disappeared off the face of the earth after that. I guess that's a good way to go out. I don't know why you would do that though, but they got a championship out of it at least.
Speaking of going out, how about the 24? A Schuler there just willing Patrick Gitter past the 83. Literally pushed him all the way. Helped him complete the pass and all.
And now Gitter's not going to pay the favor. He can maybe help him out arrow-wise, but 24 was kind of bobbling through the middle of 4 there, but he's actually going to keep the car up under him pretty well. And looks like he's going to get some help from the 86 there. 86 is trying to help him get around Benefiel on the outside. I think he's going to do it. He needs to slide up now if he's got that position easily. He realized I'm going to make this logo a little bit larger in the top right corner too. That's really small. That's not the setting for it. But you kind of have to pull a slide job on some of these guys if you're going to make that pass on them. Just get the position and hope they don't cross you over in the meantime.
Yeah, and these slide drops, it's a calculated move, and if you get it wrong, I mean, you think back to Darlington just a few short weeks ago, and that happens here on the sim. So when we've seen it executed, it's been done brilliantly, because if you pull it off and you fall short, that could be disastrous.
And one thing that I kind of think back to Darlington and Chris Buescher and Kyler Reddick is Reddick kind of took a move from Briscoe that year that he lost at Bristol on the dirt. Briscoe basically sent it in 3 and 4, came up, got Reddick. Reddick said, you know what, I'm going to try that too. I learned this from Briscoe, and evidently it didn't work like it worked on him. Wasn't surprised. It's the first move that I thought about. Briscoe that year also tried 2 slide jobs. He tried one on Larson, when Larson was probably going to win the Coke 600, or had a chance at it, and that slide job didn't work out either. So evidently slide jobs are not Briscoe's thing at all. So he probably shouldn't try those. As luckily he hasn't been in the position to try any, because SHR as a team in general has fell off pretty hard, surprisingly.
Yeah, I'm just to carry that conversation on, I'm shocked at the fall off of SHR. There's a lot of new faces over there, new sponsors, new drivers, but then there's a lot of talks, they could be going down to a 2-car team. So possibly some of these drivers, already, racing for their lives.
And one thing that I think about, when Harvick went over to SHR. SHR was partnered with Hendrick, so he was basically driving Hendrick equipment. After Gordon retired, I got out of it for a little bit, but then they switched to Ford. They were still competitive, but somebody I can't remember who pointed this out, but they kind of put really all their investment into Harvick. I mean, if you really think about that, he was the SHR car that was running up front that year that Chase won the championship. Harvick, I can't remember how many wins he had. Did really good that season, and then after that, winless, winless, 2 wins, winless again. And I don't know what would cause a team like that to fall off as hard as they did. As we've been talking, Hoffman has actually been passed. They ran Hoffman back down. Gitter has gotten by him again.
Yeah, just like that, the blink of an eye, Gitter back out to the point here. So he resumes the lead, working lap 148. I believe the 15 coming down pit road for scheduled service on his race car as we keep the action pointed to the front of this piece. So Hoffman now slides back to second. And this is kind of a repeat of what we've seen about 70 laps ago as we were getting towards the end of stage one. Hoffman was out to a sizable lead, but then that Toyota just seems to fall off just enough where some of these other long run cars are able to catch him and surpass him before, you know, we reach the end of the stage, as he's now in that P2 position for Bryce.
They've got almost 50 laps to go. They'll have a pit stop, so they'll have that. Then they'll go to. See, you could split this stage down the middle. I don't think. I don't know if I'd want to split it down the middle though. I mean, I don't know. I'd go with the crowd on it. I don't know. Yeah, I'd just go with them. I don't think pitting early is going to benefit you too much. Big Head Benefield is Team Conti as well. As I just looked at the chat, somebody said that also. I need a 4th monitor. I swear I don't have enough monitors for broadcasting. I already have 3, but I need another one.
I need a 4th one as well to keep better eyes on the YouTube chat. Sometimes I pull it up on my phone. However, it is just not cooperating with me right now at the moment.
I say I used to have a tablet that I bought just for that purpose, and then I just didn't work the way that I want to. Tablet wasn't bad at all, but that you cannot have enough screens. It seems like when you're broadcasting, especially when you're racing. My racing rig, I need to get a 4th one so I can pull up times on it. Just for that. But Gitter is trying to break the air. I think he realizes, hey, I got to break the air from these guys. As Miller's run goes on, he's starting to find his way up here also, so we got to keep that in mind for sure. Miller did have a really, really fast car towards the end of that run, and he was leading, but he lost the lead in pit road. I don't know what caused about that extra 0.6 time there for him. We'll just have to find that out eventually.
Yeah, so technically, I mean, Robert Miller still on that recovery drive, as you alluded to. Lost the lead in the pits. Just a little bit of extra time out, you know, in your stalls, all it takes. But he is back up 28 spots in that 2nd place position. And that gap is starting to shrink ever so slightly. It's down to a half a second over Patrick Gitter. You can start to see him coming into the frame as we follow the 10's progress back towards the front. And Bryce, I think this is going to be a great battle once Miller gets there. And as you said, Gitter's certainly trying to break that draft. He knows that dark horse is coming.
Yeah, Miller, he was a little bit faster that lap. We'll see what he was this time by 30. Wow. 0.2 faster that lap.
Wow.
So he's definitely coming.
Yeah, that gap is now down to 0.3 of a second. It was a half second moments ago.
I think he's just going to rip that high line. You see the 41. Whoa, hold on. Says somebody crashed here. Justin Hall. Team Conti. Setup builder. Oh, he's in a... Yep, I saw that coming. Knew he was so close to the wall. Spins it coming off pit road. Locks it down. Gets back going. We'll probably put him at maybe 2 laps down. That's one issue with it. There's a bump before you merge back onto the track that he 100% hit as we have some pit stops going on. Matt, Ryan, Benefield, and Long are down pit road here. So, and there, yep, floodgates are going to open now. Ooh, that's how, now that right there is how you get down pit road. Smoke the tires coming in. You're getting them off. Who cares about that? That pit stop sign still messes with me every time I see it. That's just a weird face to look at.
Same here. There's some good pit signs out there. Hey, whatever you got to do to get your attention, right? To know where your box is. This pit road now becomes the hottest place here at Charlotte.
Oh my, we have a Pepe the Frog one. Are you kidding me?
That does not surprise me.
I'd have to see, can Miller get a better pit stop than what he had before? I want to see. He was behind Gitter. Gitter's was 14.92, and he spent 42 seconds, or 42 seconds overall on pit road. I want to see what Miller's is. That's slow again. That's about, nah, that's not much slower. 0.2 slower. Let's see if he can make it up on pit road. 42.28 for Gitter. I'm still looking at this. It's going to be close.
So Bryce is actually talking about the pit delta.
Yeah, he was a little bit faster overall. Yeah, he was a little bit faster overall. I don't think there's a, we might, hold on. Can I, look, yeah, we can. It's not very large. Wish I could get that a little bit bigger. You can kind of see their pit stop times there. I don't know how well that shows up on screen. Let's find out. Does that show up very well on screen, though, is the question that I have.
It's legible. It's not the best, but I certainly think, you know, everyone that's currently looking at that graphic is able to make out what it's saying.
I just want to see how clear it is. Yeah, actually, that's really actually clearer than what I thought it was. On my end, it's definitely smaller. So I'm looking at that. That doesn't tell me the whole pit length. There it is, pit lane time. So when these guys get back up there, yeah, when they get back up there, we will pull that back up because I want you to see their pit stop time, but I want you to see their pit length time is really what I'm focused on, because that could give somebody the jump over them, as Bobby looks like he's the last driver that needs to come down pit road here. Heitman and Jones are down. And Gitter, he actually might have stretched his lead out a little bit. Where is Gitter at? Gitter. Johnny pitted lap 150. That's 5 or 6 laps earlier. Let's see where they cycle out to. Miller has fallen back a lot again. There's no way. I don't know what's going on with him. He's just not. Either his pit crew is just not good, or he's just not getting aggressive going in. That's one thing I can think of, that he's losing so much time. But Bobby, he's got to come down pit road soon. He's not staying out. That would be an absolutely horrible decision to do that.
And just as you say that, he comes down pit road, as he was giving up a ton of time, as you alluded to, on those old Goodyears. But now everyone will have tire service completed on their race cars as soon as 18 completes his service. That's going to cycle the lead back to Clayton Hoffman in the 92. But check out that second place car, Bryce. There's a new name we haven't seen up here yet, and that 83 machine is Gitter slides into third.
See, Gitter, he's going to kind of fly through these guys. Benefield, looks like he actually did hop. Benefield got around Gitter. He pitted 1 lap earlier. Hoffman back to the lead. We still cannot see. Actually lost, where did he go? Lost track of where he went. There he is. Wow.
All the way back to 14th.
Holy crap. I don't know. I mean, he has to be getting in super, super soft in pit road. I mean, you do not lose that much time that quickly. I mean, and there's no way that car is going to fire off that slow. But we'll go to him. So what I want you to look at is, I'll actually just tell it to count 1 car here. So we are on Miller. Look at his pit stop time there. That is, oh yes, pit stop time. So you can see, I actually need to refresh the stream here because I can't even see it on my OBS because it's so small from my point of view. But it says 14. What does it say here? It says
14.9.
14.9, which actually says 15.15. But I want you to really look at his pit lane time in general. Look at that last number right here. It's going to Hoffman. Why is it going to Hoffman? Hold on. You gotta be kidding me. I want you to go to... I have to wait until he gets back up there because it's not showing what I want it to. It was showing Hoffman's time. I really want to show that because you'll see what I'm talking about. So we'll have to
Yeah, and
start
I
that
know where
Miller.
you're going with it. Yeah, not to cut you off there, Bryce. I know where you're going with it. All that time he's making up out there on the racetrack, he's given back to these guys on pit road just because of either the time that he is giving up or, as you mentioned, not likely, but possibly that 10 machine just does not fire off well, and that's why he plummets back through the standings, is he's virtually almost got to do it all over again, as he's barely inside the top 15 in that 14th place position.
Yeah, he's definitely... Actually, Hoffman's going to go for... He's going to try to hold the lead here, but Benefield will get that for him. And we have a caution out. Sean O'Brien has apparently wrecked down the backstretch. I don't think he hit anything. It looks like he may have gotten turned by somebody. Nope, he hit the apron. Yep, he got down on the apron too much, and the car got loose. 11 has nowhere to go. Smacks the inside wall. Actually pretty square, and locks it down. Ooh.
Yeah, he did hit it pretty flush there.
I want to see, what does his steering wheel look like? Looks fine from this, but he's also not going too fast. It's probably pulling somewhere. Actually looks decently fine, surprisingly. But now this is going to make it weird. Do you come back down pit road? I mean, you got 11 sets. We've only used, what, 2 sets of tires? Yeah, they're going to come back down.
Gotta come back down. Here they come.
Yeah, put some...
Here comes the bull rush.
Oh, Edward going to roll the dice. Pit it on lap 159. Somebody else is going to stay out, too. Heitman's going to stay out also, pit on lap 160.
Hey, you know what? I like the call. If you want to, roll the dice, go full-blown high stakes Las Vegas mode, now is the time to do it, as we see virtually everyone else on the lead lap back down for 2 cans of Go Fast and new Goodyear Eagles on that race car. Perhaps some of these guys go with 2.
Yeah, and again, they're probably keeping in mind we only have 30 laps till the end. What was that? Somebody's about doing a burnout in their own pit box. But they only have 30 laps to the end of the stages. We will bring in Miller here now that we are under caution. I now have perms to drag him. So let me yank him. He is with... Oh, I'm almost dragging. Am I dragging the whole room? Yes, I am.
Now that's a party.
Yeah, that's not what I want to do.
So while Bryce is working on that, as we try to set up an interview under caution with the driver of the 10, Robert Miller, this certainly changes the complexion of this stage, as we had our first caution for incident on track of the evening. However, 3rd caution total, working lap now 169, as the field is back down to a snail's pace, as Shearer, I believe leads for the first time this evening in the 24 machine. He stays out along with the Team Conti driver, Derek Heitman, in 2nd, Ryan Jones in 3rd.
I just messaged to see if we can get that fixed. I have the ability to drag, but I drag the whole room, like move the room up and down, so I don't know why I've got that permission instead of dragging individual drivers there. I went to grab them and I was like, wait, I'm actually moving the whole entire room. That's not what I wanted there at all, but like I said, he'll probably get that fixed very, very quickly here for sure. He's been pretty responsive on all this stuff here, but yeah, this is the 24's first time leading some information on the 24. Phantom Sim Sports Driver 6,236 IR. I just looked up.
That's an I rating.
Yeah, and we got Andrew Russo. Looks up to Cameron Stone is the note on his... Are you kidding? Where's Cameron at? That's literally the note on it. It just says looks up to Cameron Stone. that driver in this race, or am I thinking about somebody else? Yeah, that's former Cup Series, former 100% Cup Series champion. So it's probably a little bit of a joke there between the two. But I believe lights should go off on the pace car this time by, and then we'll get the green flag next time by, if they will. And yep, there they go. Drivers will get reset, ready to go with each other right now.
Yeah, as Bryce said, we're going to re-rack them, restack them, lights out on the pace car. Biggest question I have, how do the shoes on the 76 and the 24 fare against virtually everyone else here? This is a great gamble. I love the call by these two drivers that stayed out. And Bryce, you bet, depending on how this goes, we could see it deployed later on in the race or not.
I don't know. I mean, they only have about 6 lap older tires, and they're not that old. And I think that they're going to be fine. I would want to see if the guys that pitted made some changes to the car, maybe tightened it up and said, you know, let's just see what this does for 30 laps, because we're going to have another pit stop here. So that's definitely a question. I would honestly kind of throw caution into the wind. You might see some guys make some moves that have you questioning why they're doing this.
Yeah, I agree with you. We could be in store for that. You know, the 24 and the 76, they should fire off better as their tires are up to temperature. Gitter and companies are on the colder side of things as that pace car pulls off. We wait on the approach of the Geico restart zone. We are there. Green flag back in the air, and the 24 catches him on the snooze button. There he goes, up through the gearbox. What a restart there by Shearer.
24 looks like he's going to get out to an early lead there, as that 11's kind of almost slowing him down on exit. He might have missed a gear or something like that, or his gearings are different. These guys can, one thing with the fix, you can change the gear and just going one gear down when you go into the settings, which may be something y'all don't understand exactly. You can change how long the gears are. You can make them shorter if you have them drawn out, which is longer. Kind of just terms for racing. You have a lot more RPMs, or really a lot more power bands in them, so you might have a little bit of a different gearing that doesn't allow him to fire off too well, or he has to start in a different gear than everybody else. It could be too low for second and then too high for first. It kind of puts you in a weird position on the restarts if you don't have that completely correct. Gearing can be a big factor in open racing, or open setup racing, as that 6 just started around that 63. I kind of tried to throw a little bit of a block there, and the 6 just said, I'm just going to go to the outside instead.
Yeah, we're just going to take it up the hill right here. However, the 63 of Johnny Avella does have the spot, but the 6 is not giving up. Here she comes with some help on the high side. Going to complete the pass. Check the box. The 6 of Jolene Simmons now just outside the top 5 in that 6th place position.
Oh wow, fastest lap was just set. Oh, we got another fastest lap. Got Jolene 29:35. I think that's down 5/10 since the start of the race, and the track is getting a little bit cooler, I think. Let me pull up not race info, weather. It is, what is it? I want freedom units. I don't want this other stuff here. Let me switch that over to Fahrenheit meter. I want freedom. We want some freedom units in here. We don't speak this other stuff. I need to look up full length. Save this as that. Should correct that. Yeah, there you see it there. So it's 81 degrees Fahrenheit. Track temp is 88. And I think it has gotten, yeah, it's gotten darker here for sure. So that track temp's going to keep cooling down. These times will pick up. Issue with that is, though, is it will also create faster lap times, also more tire wear on these cars. So you got to make sure to keep that in mind. As another fast lap was set by Joseph, 29:32. Ooh, he's trying to get to the outside.
He's starting to use that run, and how did he make that car fit in there?
Yeah, he's trying to get his nose in there. We keep seeing this from the 86, though. He fires off incredibly fast. I mean, he just, man,
Banshee.
Yeah, like shot out of a cannon, and then he falls off just super hard, literally out of nowhere. So we got to keep that in mind, which might not be such a bad thing for him. If this run's only going to be like 30 laps, so maybe the car will not fall off as hard as it did before around these guys. Now we'll just have to see for ourselves.
Yeah, this quick stint here, as you mentioned, could just be what the doctor ordered for the 86, as he is in a dogfight right now with Heitman there in the 76 machine to his outside. In fact, this cluster of cars here virtually running on top of each other. You know, this is virtually just, you know, in back of the leaders around that 4th, 5th, and 6th place position. Jolene Sims in the mix as well, just behind the 76 of Heitman. There she is. And here comes the 63 of Avila into the picture as well. Big time wiggle coming off the corner.
He's trying to get to the outside, and that's still a curse paint scheme. That's a throwback to Dale Earnhardt. I don't know if y'all have watched Unrivaled, Jeff Gordon versus Earnhardt. That's definitely something to watch for the NASCAR world, even for honestly non-NASCAR fans. It's still a cool video. Sad ending, as most people know. He died at the track that he tried so long to win at in 2001. That was 2 years before I was born. I actually remember when I was younger. Gosh, I don't even know how young I was. Oh, Lord, Jolene. If you want to hit the bottom, that'll help you do it, but
she's still bad sideways.
Still loose. Back to what I was saying with kind of Dale Earnhardt. I was probably, 2 or 3 years old. I remember I got a birthday cake, and actually the driver that was on that birthday cake was Dale Earnhardt Sr. As I got older, I realized that's who it was. He was still on that cake because, I mean, he was only, I believe, 4 years after his death, so it was still relatively new. I was born in 03, so yeah, it would have been about 4 years after his death for that, but he made a huge impact on the sport. Oh, Lord, that's not what you want to do if you're that car loose.
Wow. 3 wide. Here comes Miller, the 22 up the middle. Joe leads on the bottom. The deuce, double deuce is on the high side.
So we got Johnny, who's about wrecking.
Johnny's about wrecking. You said the intensity was going to pick up, and here it is.
Yeah, so Johnny about wrecked that corner. Then we got 3 wide behind him. That's going to end up bad if he has that step out in front of him, in front of all these people again, and isn't able to save it for sure. That's not what you want to see. As that double zero looks like he's going to kind of shove Heitman, as you can see back there a little bit. Just had Adam say in the chat, "Hey, that's me. I'm Benefield." Kind of cool to see a driver racing while they're streaming racing while they're being broadcasted. I do that sometimes, check in on it. I had the broadcaster last night say I probably didn't make some friends, and I didn't make any friends, and I probably didn't, having to throw some blocks, but didn't wreck anybody to win the race, luckily. It's a good race to see. That was on Signature Esports, if y'all want to check that out.
Speaking about throwing blocks, I don't know if you've seen it, but you're going to know this name. DJ Daniel threw some blocks of a lifetime in that PGR Race Money event the other night. He blocked the grass and hung on to win the race. Crazy epic finish out of DJ Daniel.
I'm gonna say I know DJ from Ghost Cup Series, which I don't broadcast anymore. Austin, he steps over and does some PGR stuff. I knew they were live last night. I'm not somebody who watches broadcasts, but that doesn't surprise me that DJ threw an aggressive block, and knowing how he would drive in the Cup Series, he was an aggressive driver.
I don't want to ruin it for you, but if you go back and watch it, you're going to just say, how in the world did he pull this off?
Yeah.
Here comes the 21. Patrick Gitter now is closing in on the 86. In fact, he is there now. He's going to take it all the way down to the line. Shortest way around on this racetrack. He's got it cooking off the corner. Patrick Gitter back to the lead, trying to bring the 83 of Adam Benfield with them.
I honestly wonder how far is this 86 going to fall off. The 86 is probably hoping I'm not going to fall off that much before the stage ends. That's what he needs to happen Is the car evidently, with the way we saw so far, is it's going to fall off. I think got almost a pass in the grass. Edward might have gotten shoved down there. No, this is Brandon. Where is he at? I think he got forced through the grass. That's the 74. He's really, really slow. Yeah, I think he got forced down somewhere. Just got a notification for it. But Gitter going to get the lead back. And the 86 is going to continue to slip back just a little bit. The only thing I can think of is he's just tight. He's got to loosen the car up somehow to help him turn.
You got a couple options here in the session. Obviously, you can adjust the spring and you can adjust the tire pressure. So you have those points of adjustment available to you. But I agree with you 100%. That car is a little too snug, it appears right now. Is now Gitter under pressure. I said, is he going to bring the 83 with him? And he does. And now he wants the lead side by side, door to door. Gitter going to squeeze him a little bit into the corner, leaves him a little bit of room. Does he pinch him down? Does not allow him to pick up the throttle on exit. Big wiggle there. Veteran move there for the block by the 21 of Gitter.
And one thing Gitter can do is, you know, it's hard racing, and I've kind of learned you have to race hard, especially in open and fixed. Is somebody gets up under you, just lay it on their door on exit. That makes them tight, or it'll make them loose. You got one of the two options. And when I say lay it on the door, I'm not saying you'll be inside their car. Just kind of hold them down on that line, and it's super hard to pass and make them work to get around you. I mean, this kind of one of the sayings I've developed was, man, you can't be racing me that hard. I was like, well, I'm not running to charity. I'm not just going to give it to you. I mean, it's racing. You got to race hard for position, especially coming to the stage end. They're not going to be given anything. Gitter wants the stage win. He wants to stay up front. He wants to know that, hey, I've got control of this race. As Benefield's going to go back inside on Gitter.
Here we go again. Deja vu all over again. Does Gitter come out the other side ahead, or does Benefield make it stick on the bottom? Same thing all over again. The 21 does a great job defending there, pinching him down, as you mentioned, Bryce. But the 83 is not going to give up. He's going to send it back down there again.
Yeah, he can't really do much. He's got to hope that Gitter... He's got to find a way to Gitter's outside, even if it is just... He has to time one of his runs and realize, hey, I've got to if I can just get my nose just right there to where he can't clear up, I'll have a shot. Because Gitter, it seems to be so hard to pass on the bottom, especially on that highline. You just get such a massive run off. So I think he's going to time it. Right here is when he's going to have a shot. If he can time his exit off of 4. And if Gitter... Oh, somebody's around.
Oh, someone's hard into the fence. We have a meeting of the minds. Oh, my God. It's the 10 involved of Robert Miller.
Surprisingly, doesn't seem like that much damage on the cars. That is a... What? That is a weird wreck. They're turned around.
How did that happen?
Yeah, I don't see any steering damage on either of these cars either. What in the world?
How come I can't get this lucky?
Yeah, there's no steering damage on either of those drivers either. That is... It had to be the softest spin up into that wall. As this was behind these guys. That... What? I mean, that is the weirdest wreck. Like...
I'm lost for words right now.
How does he not hit it hard? Like, that is the softest hit. I mean, that kind of reminded me of Donnie Allison and Kyle Petty when they wrecked at the start-finish line. Like, that right there should absolutely destroy a car.
Yeah, that front end should be off in the grandstand somewhere. And
yeah, there has to be something that they messed up. Because look at, I mean, one thing too, look at how fast they both came to a stop. I mean, it's like, boom, stopped. Immediately. One thing I could think of, I want to go cockpit with Miller. I wonder if this has to be a bug, that it didn't register that he was behind. So what I'm thinking is what happened, it did not register that Miller was turned around. So Miller technically was still going forward. And that's what caused him to slow down so fast. Because look at this. They come to a stop immediately. Like, that just does not happen at all, ever.
It was like an aircraft, like a plane coming into an aircraft carrier on the cord. The way they stopped that quick, I agree.
That is so weird to see. And I don't think that's going to be the stage in. So we got guys that are going to pit. Other people are going to stay out. That shouldn't give them the stage in there, I believe, because that was thrown on lap 195. That is, I don't think I've ever saw a caution like that before. Yeah, he said, so Miller will be dragged in here after everybody pits, so he should be put up here relatively soon. I'll just have to pull that up here.
So we're gonna have a LCQ type dash here to the end of the stage. And now you have decisions. Bryce, do you pit now? Do you stay out and then pit? Do you take this opportunity to make a adjustment to your race car? What do you do? Let me pick your brain here for a minute.
You got 11 sets of tires. I think you're stay out. If you're up here, stay out. Try to get the stage when. Yeah, how many people stayed out? Yeah, I mean, you've got 11 drivers that stayed out. If you need to make changes, this is going to be such a short run, and it's like, okay, let me break this down easier. If you pit, you're already going to be back there. You're going to have fresh tires. But if you're going to make changes again on the car, just make them when you come down pit road and get 4 tires. So I would stay out here when you come down pit road, get 4 tires, and make the changes again. Don't get the tires, run 2 laps, and then come back down to make changes, because it's just going to put you back right where you were. So I think staying out was a good strategy for these guys up front, especially with such a small run.
Yeah, well said. If I'm up front inside, the top, 15 even, I'm going to stay out there on the racetrack unless I have a big time problem with my car, or I burn the right front off of it, or feel like I'm at risk here of not surviving, these 3 laps. I'm staying right where I am, and that's exactly, what Gitter and others did here. Now working lap 197 of the scheduled 400. I believe lights should be going out on the pace car this time by.
Just looking at some AI photos here. That is, wow, that is amazing AI. Holy crap, that is absolutely amazing. Saw a photo of some stuff. Wow, it's nuts. But Gitter, this is going to be so weird of a restart, because I think it will be like 2 laps of a run, and then it's literally caution thrown. So if you're Jolene and these other guys back here, 1, don't run over the guys in front of you. 2, you got fresh tires, use them up for 2 laps. Go ahead, burn them. I mean, 2 laps is not going to do anything to you. Now, if it's like Darlington or other track is really aggressive on tires, Darlington's still not even aggressive. And you can pretty much go run some qualifying laps if you're the guys that got fresh tires, because you're going to have a chance to cool them down and all this other stuff for them. So I'd say, hey, let's go for it, see what happens here.
And in the words of Cletus McFarland, let her rip tater chip. See how many spots you can get here.
Kind of thinking of the what was the series? I had it in my mind and I lost it. It's a meme of a guy. It's a Canadian. He's like, I think I sent her a little too hard there, bud. I think you can send it, but just don't send it to where you're going to be head first into the wall. That's what you don't want to do, because you still got 200 laps.
It's a little too early to go space shuttle status. I agree.
Saw some weird wrecks from iRacing. Hopefully we don't see that. But pace car will pull in here. Gitter will take them back to green as the green flag is back in the air. We are back underway here. Pretty decent restart. Gitter gets a huge jump on the field because of the, looks like, wrong gearing from the 83 there. Yeah, they're there. Lord. There we go. Lay it on his door.
That's what we're talking about. He leaned it on him good, too. Gives him a little separation down the backstretch, but look for that to resume as we hit the 3 and 4 complex. Oh, the 22 of Alex Murray gets a piece of the wall. That's going to force a 3 wide situation at the worst part of the racetrack to do it, and they survive. And that is going to be the stage.
Oh, Justin Hall, I saw something. He went off track. I think there may have been a wreck back here. Yeah, there was. I think that's Souza.
Oh.
No, who is this up here? This is somebody. This is the 75. Charles Eaton. Looks like... No, he's in the wall. He's going to get ran over here by the 29. 29 has nowhere to go. Pins him down. He's going to overcorrect. The 74 has nowhere to go. That takes the 75's front end off. And 74 also has damage. That takes his front end off, but apparently Miller getting turned headfirst into the outside wall doesn't take his front end off. I don't know how that makes any sense. That's still weird.
We just seen both extremes, right? Very similar spot on the racetrack. One guy goes Captain Crunch. Front end of his car is decimated. Miller, if you didn't see it, you wouldn't even have known it happened.
That car looks basically the same as it did before. I mean, you literally cannot tell that he has had any damage done to that car.
Right. It's crazy, but you know, that's sim racing though. Sometimes you can have a glitch or a net code go your way. Other times it doesn't. They were gifted. No, you know, without a shadow of a doubt, they caught a break.
Definitely see who comes down pit road. I don't think you're gonna pit, especially if you didn't pit last time. Some guys double pit. You could take fuel only and still be out ahead of these guys. You see other people staying out.
I have a split decision here. So let's see. Matt DeCiani in that 13th place position stays out on the racetrack. Gitter and company from 14th on back looks to have all came down pit road.
All right, and we got Miller here. I've just muted him for a second so we can't hear him talking, but we will unmute him now. So Miller, you win stage 1, and then you get turned headfirst into the wall, and somehow you don't lose your front end. But, you know, how is the race going for you overall, and how do you feel like your car is handling right now?
I mean, so far I'm keeping up with the track evolution and able to make the adjustments I need to stay quick, I guess. I feel like I'm one of the fastest, if not the fastest car here so far. Hopefully the momentum stays. The little bit of damage I did get was mostly repairable. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, did you think, you know, we were looking at that wreck, did you think you would have a front end after that? Because you got turned in that wall pretty hard, but we were looking at it, and I was like, there's no way he has a front end, and you all came to a stop so fast. Like, what do you think happened there? Was that just pretty much luck that you still have a front end on it?
I think it's because we merged together right before we hit the wall. It kind of like protected, I guess, both of our cars really, because he doesn't seem like he has too much damage either. Other than that, like, this car is just a tank. So as long as you don't hit the front end like a square, you're good in most cases.
All right, man. Well, I will let you go, but hopefully we'll talk to you at the end, because you definitely have a fast car, especially towards the end of that first stage there. But good luck to you, man.
Appreciate it, y'all.
That was Miller. I need to tell him to drag him out.
Yeah, we certainly appreciate him taking time out of his race to join us up here in the broadcast booth. You hear the confidence in his voice. I know what he says about doing the dance. I'm just not sure he just wants to come on live on air and say they got lucky.
Yeah, I think he may be having a ritual that just went on for that, because I've saw so many times that you just get hooked like that and it takes the front end off. So I think that was just something with iRacing that it's like, you know, I don't know what we're doing right now. I mean, iRacing is overall, I mean, as a sim, people are like, oh my gosh, the net code's horrible, this and that. Overall, it's not bad, but that's definitely a unrealistic scenario there. The front end of the car would be crunched in completely if that happened in real life.
For sure. I mean, most recently, like we just saw coming to the end of the stage, you know, when those front clips just were scattered bits and pieces all over the racing surface. See Matty Long there, best track position of the night for him, up 21 spots in P2. And Jolene Sims, welcome to the lead here at Charlotte. She is going to be the control car for this restart.
Jolene up 9 positions from, I don't know what the ocean spray is. Good Lord. Up 9 positions from where she started. So qualified 10th. Biggest mover right now is Lucas Hotsima. I think somebody may have said how to say his name. Hold on. Hotsima. Sounds like a Japanese last name. Yeah, sounds like a Japanese last name there, I believe. He's up 27 positions. Stone is up 24, 25. Keeps flip-flopping. Ralph Hutchinson is up 20. Biggest loser right now seems to be 15.
Jeffrey Souza, perhaps.
Sean's not in the race. Yeah, Jeffrey is down 14 positions. He was up front, though. He actually went and got the lead at one point in the race. So I think he just had some issues with that car. But he hopefully has gotten that sorted out now. We want to see everybody competitive. Makes for a good race overall.
Lights out on the pace car. Makes that hard turn down pit road. Jolene versus Maddie Long on the restart. Mustang on Mustang action. Who is going to get it right in the 6? Grips in rips. Coming up through the gearbox, she is going to maintain the lead. Matt Long falls in line. In fact, it's a 3-car breakaway single file. Then you have the side-by-side cluster just behind the leaders. Once again, Alex Murray and company picking right up where they left off. Here comes Gitter making a move to the high side, trying to utilize his fresh tires and take the momentum, then help his teammate in the 22 get by the 15.
Looking at Steven Williams there and that bright 98. I'm not sure what that says on the hood. Evidently one of his sponsors. He is up. It's actually where he qualified. He's the only driver that hasn't really moved up or down. I do want to keep an eye on Miller because with pretty much no damage on the car, I think he will be able to rebound. May take him a little bit longer as we have Cameron Stone going to pull up some driver info there quickly. 666 days since last 100% Virginia win. I'm a little bit curious here. Hold on.
Also want to thank Karen Stone for your quick pick 3 numbers for your lottery tonight.
I'm looking at some info here.
666 days since last 100% win.
Looking at his name, he's from Danville, Virginia. The only reason I'm looking at that, there's a possibility. That's a long shot, though. My grandfather was a Stone from Virginia. He was from around the Hillsville area, Austinville, I think, and he's from Danville. So maybe there's a relation between that. I just saw that last name, and I thought, maybe he's related to me.
Yeah, the 97 there, Hosima. He got squirrely off the corner, had to come all the way down the racetrack to catch it, but he maintains his position. Side by side, door to door with Andrew Dyson. They're just inside the top 5. This battle has been raging now virtually since we have went back to the green flag side of things, and they're still slugging it out.
Both these guys are gonna go at it. And that's always a good thing to see. As they're gonna still stay side by side with each other. I don't think it's gonna hurt them too much of going around the corner side by side with each other. Don't want to be side by side for too long, however.
Oh, that 63 was tempted there. He thought about it. He had a run because I got to believe these 2 cars side by side are probably just a little bit slower than everyone single file behind him. And that, I want to say Goodwrench plus Chevrolet Monte Carlo so bad, but I know that's not the case, being piloted there by Johnny Avila. He is there and lurking, just waiting for one of these drivers to make a mistake. And Bryce, you were talking about Daytona and Dale Sr. earlier. That's the front of the car when he finally punched his ticket in the 1998 500, and every person in every pit box came out and congratulated him. It had a big plus in red font on the hood.
It's kind of one memory that looks back. People look at NASCAR being kind of ran through Dale. The more you think about it, kind of, I don't know, Dale, he took, I don't know why so many people know related to him. It's kind of, I don't know, we haven't had a driver since him, I say, that had the personality of Dale Earnhardt Sr. to a sense. I don't know, it's just, NASCAR was, it was different. Different in the 90s. Sadly, I wasn't born until early 2000s, so I didn't get to experience all that stuff, but it seems like NASCAR was a really, really big sport back then, especially kind of with the personalities of Dale Earnhardt, Rusty Wallace, Jeff Gordon. Who else?
You
Other
hit the
ones.
nail on the head. You know, you didn't have social media back then, so you had to make more of an impact when you got that camera time, right? And you had those personalities, and you had the beef and the rivalries, and, you know, the drivers, you know, kind of owned that persona, you know, or that character that, you know, the fans are, you know, today with social media, you have everything so instantaneous, and I don't want to say the drivers have gotten soft. You just don't see the character like you did back in the 90s and early 2000s out of today's lineup.
Yeah, I mean, social media, and I think one thing is also there's not so much of a sense of it being, you know, drivers that have worked their way up, which is kind of one thing that the unrivaled Earnhardt versus Gordon talks about. Is, you know, Gordon, he had Rick Hendrick. I mean, the 24 was literally built just for him. Like, that team was meant for Jeff Gordon. No, Dale was
Right.
He was still an honest driver. I remember seeing something. It was hurricane came through in North Carolina. Dale actually, they were racing at Martinsville. Dale couldn't make the race because he was working on his farm. He had a local driver qualify for him, and that local driver actually put the number 3 on the pole for that race. I think it's just a lot of just really time change. You got a lot of drivers now that, and they're just more take than anything else, and they complain about, like, you know, somebody drives like this, and especially, you know, back then, somebody drove you wrong, you just wreck them. I mean, literally, that's what would happen. You just wreck them, and I think that's what a lot of people, especially with Dale. I'm not a Dale Earnhardt Sr. fan. I'm a Gordon fan. I think he definitely drove dirty, but he's kind of the driver who was like, okay, you're gonna race me like this, I'm just gonna put you in the wall. Now, I think that we have that today still, but then that driver's like, oh, I didn't mean to do this. I mean, it's like, I didn't do that. I'm talking about Denny Hamlin. Out of all the drivers.
I knew you were going with that. But yeah, just ask Terry Labonte about Dale Earnhardt Sr. He'll tell you. It's Matty Long. It took him 216 laps, but that 28 machine is now carrying the torch for the first time. He is out on that point tonight, enjoying that fresh air. Jolene Sims slides one spot back to that second place position, and Andrew Dyson has made his way back to third, even with the board where he started.
What these guys are really hoping is the cars that had been up front burn their tires off trying to get back up there. You don't want to have to deal with them, especially, and if you can kind of keep them trapped back there, that's a good thing to have. We will have, excuse me here, oh, that's ocean spray is ridiculous. We'll have four more pit stops. There'll be 2 sets of tires lane if they do the pit strategy that I'm thinking about. Now they have a stage break at lap 300. Right about that.
Yep, so our final stage break at 300. Then we're going to have to run it out to the end, another 100 laps to complete the scheduled 400. And then, if needed, we have overtime in our back pocket, or green-white checker.
Hopefully we don't have to go to that green-white checker thing, but this is probably the way these guys are now, at least when I ran my 600. I had lifted the day before, so it made it even worse. But right about now is when your legs start to hurt. You're kind of getting annoyed. Somebody about to just chop somebody's nose off. Your legs start to hurt. Really, your upper thighs are actually starting to hurt where you're sitting in that seat. So I actually had to start kind of shifting my weight around just so that I didn't really, one, didn't get any blood clots, die from the blood clot breaking off and going to my brain. But also just so you're comfortable, and that's what these guys are gonna have to start dealing with now. Is they've been sitting for so long, they're gonna have to change their seating positions to where their legs aren't about falling off. I've raced once when I was sick, and it was horrible because I couldn't lift my foot off the pedal. So I know what it's like to race uncomfortable. You definitely want to be comfortable in races like this for sure. Yeah,
I've actually had my parts of my thighs and my legs go numb from forcing myself in an uncomfortable position and not moving. And that's kind of not the best case scenario, especially when you still have, you know, north of 170 laps to go here. However, we are past the halfway point, and you mentioned a long race. If you're East Coast time, it's 10:45. We will be burning the midnight oil, so hopefully these drivers are taking everything they need to do in order to, as Bryce mentioned, stay comfortable, stay hydrated, and focused in the game, especially as we get to the peak in the intensity of this race, which is coming sooner than later, I might add.
These guys will, somebody's in the apron there, but I think still now they've realized they've got 177 laps. I still don't think you're going to turn up the intensity too much. You're still going to be relatively cautious. If somebody kind of cuts you off, you're like, okay, you know, I got a long way to go. We still have a stage. Keep the car. And then as the race goes on, you're going to lap 100. A little bit less give, more take. And then inside 50 laps, you'll start seeing some blocks be thrown, most likely here for sure. They'll a lot of moves that are like, why did he make this move? Because you'll be thinking this wasn't done early on. But as the race goes on, you're gonna have to make moves that are not gonna make you popular with some drivers for sure. They'll be a little bit mad, but they can deal with it. They're adults, hopefully.
Yep. And in fact, this looks like the calm before the storm right now. Is everyone inside the top 15, 16, single file. Not seeing too much battling out there on the racetrack, so perhaps these drivers just in ride mode to trim some of the fat off of, you know, the remaining laps, if you will. Just as I say that, go figure, Jolene Sims has other plans as she starts to put the attack for the lead back on Maddie Long.
Jolene's definitely going to start looking to the inside, and looks like Sims is going to be putting the wall, or put himself in the wall just a little bit. There as Jolene will go to the inside. I wonder if Sims has burned off that right front here now. One thing I can think of that wiggles just a little bit again. That Ignite Wireless paint scheme there. Bump draft almost there, kind of from the two. I actually want to take a closer look at Jolene's paint scheme here. I'm interested to see Donut Moth for creators. Yeah, for creators by creators. I wonder what that is. I'm actually curious, but she's going to lose a lead. Matt will actually take that position back as I was looking at her car.
It almost sounds like digital media creation of some sort. I could be completely 100% wrong, but that's what it sounds like as I think about it here real time. Now the 00, Andrew Dyson's going to slice his way in between the 6 and the 00, or the 28, slots himself into that second place position. Sims now falls back to that third and final podium position.
Looking at it, I just looked it up very quickly. It is a merchandise company for creators by creators. I wonder if either this is one of the owners or this is just somebody who has bought something from them, as that is somebody punching one of their figures that I have. Just looking at it on X. I don't know why Elon Musk bought Twitter and renamed it X. It's still a weird name for something.
Very, very weird.
I mean, well, one of his sons, I can't remember what he named one of his sons. He went wild on that name. But we do have some guys that are still kind of slowly working their way up. Getter has not, gained back as much ground as I thought he would. He's still trying to work his way back up here. He's only gotten back up to 8. These cars that pitted, they're just not working up through the field as fast as I thought. They're going to lap 230. However, their field will be about 6 laps longer. And one weird thing that I would honestly do if I were these guys is I would have been saving fuel under caution. It sounds really, really weird, but even, half a lap can make a big difference in fuel, especially if it gets down to the end of the race and you don't know if the green white checker is going to happen. I remember there was one race I won, Gen 6 at Kansas, pretty early on in my racing career. We got a wreck here.
Racetrack.
We'll pause that story as the 61 does not have a front end, and he is towed immediately.
That could be lights out.
Oh, hold on. There's...
Oh, my God.
There is something else going on.
What happened in front of the 61?
It's like Jones. Something happened with Jones here. Oh, so Matt's loose here. That's why it looks like Matt comes down. He's coming off the banking. Matt's loose. He gets down to the 11. The 11's trying to save it. And he's going to save it, overcorrect, come back up on the track. And the 61's thinking he's going to keep going up. And then the 61 is just going to absolutely just destroy the 11 in the rear end. That's nothing of the 11's fault, really. He overcorrected a little bit, but I still bring everybody down pit road now. Matt, we'll see if anybody can gain positions on pit road. We saw that happen this race. Positions have been lost or gained, and that's a big factor. It can lose you the race, it can win you the race, and I guarantee the 11 will be sitting in his box for a little bit longer, just trying to get his rear end fixed, as the 28's going to go off and away, run into the 57 there. Hopefully hold his position.
Yeah, that was definitely a little bit of contact there on the race off pit road. You can see Jolene Sims merging into the picture as well. It looks like Matty Long is going to hold the lead, though. He is going to win the race off of pit road. Andrew Dyson, Cameron Stone, Jolene Sims. The top four. We're going to let timing and scoring catch up, at least here on my end. But like you said, Bryce, you know, pit road can make you or break you. And as you alluded to, the 11 still under repairs, as he took one heck of a shot out there on the racetrack, on the business side of that race car.
And one thing that I noticed, I don't know if this is an SDK issue, but the browser shows that the leader is still pitting, but when I hit refresh on OBS to refresh the whole length, it then takes that away. So I need to probably report that issue to SDK. SDK is a European company, so if we report it now, it won't be fixed till probably their morning, which we speak freedom time here. I think they're asleep right now. Pretty sure they are. SDK doesn't have a lot of issues.
I would be shocked if they had someone on support this early in the day over there. But yeah, you're right. They're across the pond, so there's a little bit of a delay when we spot bugs or issues. But nonetheless, now we know to look for it.
Yeah, I know there's been a couple of times where there's been a couple of times where Austin, who's our other broadcaster, he'll message me, "Hey, we got an issue," and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And the SDK will stop, and then their Discord is flooded with issues of SDK not working, and then they fix it the next day. They've had licenses run out to where your computer just doesn't. It's weird. It's a Windows license. They've fixed that issue. It's been a while since they've had one. Since then, luckily, they get all their stuff pretty well sorted out as a company overall. This is what a lot of the broadcasters use to run. Got a lot of plugins for the stuff that they do also, which is pretty cool to see.
Yeah, all the plugins, make it highly customizable to your liking. Everyone, kind of configs it a little bit differently, but nonetheless, this is the lifeblood of the software that we utilize. You're absolutely right about that. And there is Robert Miller, just outside the top 10 in that 11th place position. Can he get back to the front? We know Miller is fast. You've heard the confidence in the voice. We've had him up here in the broadcast booth earlier in the race, but that dark horse is now primed in that 11th place position. Does he have the speed in that race car still to overcome the likes of Matty Long, Andrew Dyson, Jolene Sims? Bryce, we're about to find out.
See the Atlanta, Georgia driver here, and then Andrew Dyson. The Australian, tell you what, Australia has some insane animals. It's like God was just like, hey, I'm going to experiment with this animal and just leave it in Australia. They've got... It's either going to kill you, and I tell you what, Australian people, I've watched so many videos, they're like, oh, this is a poisonous snake, and they'll go in there and grab it with their hands. We got Florida man over here, but I wouldn't mess with Australians at all, knowing how nuts some of them are.
No.
They are absolutely
crazy.
crazy.
I'm not grabbing a snake with my bare hands, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if it's
Not a
not
poisonous one, anyhow.
if it's not poisonous, I might do it. But like, they'll go up there and I can't. It was a sneak. I can't talk. English is hard. Sea snake. It was a sea snake, and it was a venomous one. And the dude literally chased it down and just grabbed it with his bare hands. And I was like, "Are you kidding me? Like, no fear at all."
No,
I was like,
I'm not doing that.
nuts.
You know, a constrictor, you know, whatever. Yeah, sure, no problem. But I'm not just looking to pluck a venomous snake for no reason. I'm going to pass on that one. Say what you will. I'm okay with it.
These guys. Oh, you might want to be saving fuel here if you're these guys. Are you saving? Who was saving? Okay, I should have been checking who was saving fuel under that, because you can maybe make it to lap 300 here if you dare to do that, though. But
That's
lights,
one heck of a stretch play.
yeah, lights have gone off. We are green here again. These guys are going to go into turn 1 and 2. Long will get a good jump on the field. I think I went. I might have to go check and see how many laps I went. I know I went more than 60. And I would almost say 65. So you'd be pushing it if you're going to make it on this tank of fuel. But if you do, I don't even know. If they pit, that you're going to be behind on tires, and they may chase you down before the stage ends. And now, if you want an extra set, I mean, it's a gamble. I think you could do it. I mean, I'd be eyeing my fuel. Well, we don't have fuel gauges, but I'd be eyeing my estimated fuel and asking my crew chief if you have that app installed, which is a free app. You all should have that installed if you do iRacing. What's my fuel like? All the time, for sure. I'd be checking that out.
Yeah, that crew chief app will certainly help you out in this department as Matty Long continues to hold off his teammate Andrew Dyson, who runs just a car lengths back of the 28. Then you have the dark horse of Jolene Sims in at third place position, the Donut Moth sponsored vehicle. Great looking paint scheme on that car tonight. Enjoy seeing her up at the front having a great run. And then you have Mr. Comeback Tour. There's Derek Heitman in the 76 Team Conti driver, who continues to make his charge towards the front. And another car we've been following right behind him, Bryce. Robert Miller is there trying to take the position from Heitman.
I don't know if that car is behaving the same. I mean, no visible damage. I can't tell if that's how they updated the body on the Mustangs or not. Trying to look, and it looks like that's just how they updated the body. Body has some right front damage. Evidently, he doesn't anymore on that car. If he did have any, I think that's just the glow of how these cars look that it is giving me the thought that he might have a little bit of damage. I'm also gonna look at some temps here very quickly. No, do not do that. Trying to run my graphics card maximum settings just to give you all a little bit of better view. So I got to check the temps that I'm getting here very, very quickly if they'll ever pull up. We got this 00 though. He's trying to get to Long's bumper. Can't get to him quite, but one thing that's a hard thing to deal with is you can get up to somebody, but the hard thing is passing them. The arrow is so tight on these cars. If you get behind them, you have to kind of run a lane higher, lane lower than them half the time when you get behind them there. You can't trail behind them anymore. Do I have it pulled up here? No, I don't. Huh. I would love to see what temps I'm running. Still just going to maintain the lead here a little bit over the 00 of Dyson. Getter, however, has gotten back up to fourth, so he's found his way back up front a little bit as this race has gone on. Almost 150 laps left in. Pretty clean race overall. This one got, somebody has made the way up here. Hastings, I was going to say the 81, which is the 91 this race, made his way back up front. Not done a bad job with that car. The 86, who takes off incredibly fast and then falls off a complete cliff. He's holding strong. I'd watch him too, especially as the race goes on. If we have a short caution or a caution that is late in the race and there's about 10-15 laps left, I would look at him to completely just fire off here.
Yeah, that car has got like an Acme rocket attached to that thing for, as you said, about 10, 15 laps. And then it just seems to fizzle out and go the other way in a hurry. However, as this track temperature continues to cool down, that could help the 86. We're just going to have to watch and see what happens here. But look who's went back to the high side. The 10 of Robert Miller. He's got it wound up in that second lane.
It's definitely.
And someone on the radio just says, heck yeah, burn those bald eagles to the ground.
Feeling very American here today. It's this Memorial Day weekend. I tell you what, working Memorial Day weekend at a grocery store is not fun for some odd reason. For some odd reason, people like corn on Memorial Day. I don't know why they're buying so much of it, but it's an odd food that people like on a day like this. But these guys are so far so good throughout the field. Miller's still stuck in that high line. He might want to get to the bottom here. He can be burning off his tires just a little bit. As a little bit of wiggle there from those two side draft. 83 was trying to get to his quarter panel.
That was inches away from being ugly with a capital U.
83 was, that's the one thing that really, I don't know if all drivers feel about this, but hold on to that quarter panel, hold on to it's fine. The issue that I think most people have is when you get right up on it. We have netcode in iRacing, which is programmed into the game to try to guess, okay, are you going to make contact, are you not? And that netcode a lot of the times will say, you know what, you hit that right rear when you, or that left rear quarter panel when you actually didn't. And that's one thing that happens. Guys will get turned if you hold on to it so much. And I'm kind of somebody, you know, if you're going to hold on to it, I'm gonna take a swipe at you. And we almost saw it there, cause somebody to get turned because they try to get up as close as they can because that's side force. It'll pull that car right back to you. If you hold on to it, I mean, they will just go directly back into your grass. So you got to hold on to it. But guys like to hold on to it a little bit too close for sure.
Yeah, it's almost like Scorpion deploying, you know, back in the Mortal Kombat days, get over here. Not to that extreme, but certainly does just almost deploy the air brake, if you will. More cars now venture into the high side of the racetrack. There's Derek Heitman in the 76 in the 9th place position. He's gone to the top shelf as well. He's got the 24 in tow, and they are all following Robert Miller in the 10 as he is now overtaken that 7th place position from Lucas. Pardon me here. Which, Bryson, help me with that name, please. You had said it right earlier, and I don't want to screw it up.
And Lucas, let me see, where is he at in this?
It's the 97. I know it's in the...
Lucas Hotsema is what his name is. H-O-Y-T and then a break S-M-A. I think that's how you say his name. Sounds like a Japanese origin last name. I'm having to guess, or Asian last name there. I like to kind of guess the origins of people's last name. I have a German last name. It was Kobler, it was Cobbler, it was Kapler, it was Kabler before. And a lot of weird stuff can happen, so I just kind of like to guess that there. But Gitter has gone back to the lead as we were looking back in the pack here. So he found his way up front.
Oh. Certainly did. And here comes Jolene, has other plans. On the high side, makes it look easy, almost like Gitter lifted and gave her the spot.
Yeah, she, I mean, just absolutely flew by him. Gitter, I gotta think about it. If he gave her that spot, hold on.
Now go on board with Gitter.
If he did give her that spot, you remember how I mentioned fuel mileage earlier? He could be tucking in behind her and trying to stretch his fuel to go as long as he can. I mean, it's not going to save you a lot, but still, it's going to save you some time or save you some fuel. So he could be trying to stretch his fuel, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw guys trying to do that. I'm actually going to look. I'm going to look at the stream that I was in. I'm going to see when I ran out of fuel. because it was a Coke 600 also, and we had 100% fuel. I'm curious to see, when did I run out of fuel? Because I ran it dry as it could get, completely dry. 619. Lap 44.
Starting to get a little dicey.
Lap 56, I'm still out there. Lap 60, I'm still... How far did I go? Yeah, I went to... Wow. I went 67 laps on a tank of fuel. And they...
What?
Yeah, 67 laps. Well, Okay, I went 67 laps. I shouldn't have gone 67 laps. I was really trying to go 66, but I couldn't turn because I burned my right front off, and I couldn't get to pit road. So these guys could make it on that tank of fuel. If they saved under caution, especially. If they were saved under caution, you could make it to lap 300 here. You are right on the edge. I mean, right on the edge of your fuel window. Yes, that might be what we're seeing some of these guys do.
You know, you could be onto something there. I didn't think you'd be able to go 66 laps under power, but if that's the case, you know, perhaps that's why, you know, we seen Gitter try to use some of these other cars as the fuel pig, you know, just trying to help them pull it along just a little bit. Certainly doesn't have the effects here like Daytona or a Talladega, but there is a little bit of some help that you can get from leaving one car in front of you, punching the initial hole in the air, and you tuck it in behind them, and utilizing just a little bit of that draft is now the 10 of Miller under pressure here from, I believe, the 10 of Robert Miller, just behind this lead battle here between the 00 and the 6. And there's the 10, completes the pass. So now it's Sims, Dyson, Miller, Gitter. That's the top 4 as they run right now. However, the 2 front cars have a little bit of a breakaway between the best of the rest. And that's about 3 to 4 tenths of a second, as everyone's virtually single file right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. Actually, okay. Looking at it now, I tried to pit lap 68 because that's when I was going to run out the next lap, and I ran out on lap 69 going down the backstretch. So you can really stretch the fuel, and they're 100% fuel load also. So they can, you can do it. You're going to be really, really close, and I think Miller is, I think these guys are realizing, hey, let's go to lap 300 here. So this is a game of, do you really want to get in front of me? Are you sure about this? Because it's going to burn more fuel. So you're going to see guys that are just going to tuck in, and it's going to be pretty much a one-lane train around the bottom here. That's going to be interesting for sure.
And that's pretty much, like you just described, is what's going on here right now. I mean, almost to a T. I mean, you couldn't have said it any better. 00 Dyson now leads as he's gotten by the 6. So Dyson enjoying his first lead of the race. Then you got Jolene Sims, then the Team Conti car of Patrick Gitter. There's Robert Miller.
You got Joseph.
So, I mean,
Long, Heitman.
Go ahead.
Matt. We got Long, Heitman, Jever, I said that name, Benefiel, and Hotsema, top 10. I wish I could see. I wonder if this works. I'm going to see really quickly. It may not work because I'm not in the car. Let's find out. I may have to be in a session. I have to update this because I don't race on this PC. This PC is for broadcasting and playing normal video games. I have a dedicated iRacing rig downstairs that has it updated. I'm going to see if this program... I'm going to see if Crew Chief will tell me what their fuel's like. I don't think it will because I'm not in a car. Let me see. I think there's a... I wish there was a fuel...
I never thought about trying that during a broadcast. I wonder if that does work.
Yeah, I'm curious now. This is... Let me see. I'm trying to pull up fuel, look at calculations. This is through SDK. This won't show. I believe this is for more of the driver portion of it. Do they have a fuel calculation? I know they burn. This is just because where I ran a 600. You burn about 0.3 a lap. You can probably get down to 0.4 as the run goes on. Now keep in mind, you're going to ask your crew chief at the start of the run what's my fuel like. But as the pace slows down, that fuel is going to get a little bit longer because you're off throttle a little bit more than everybody else. So that's going to change throughout the run there. You got to keep that in mind if you're a driver that's trying to make it to lap 300.
Right. So as what Bryce is saying, as these tires fall off, the less time you're on the loud pedal, that's going to help you extend or stretch the total amount of laps you can run on a single take of fuel at 100% at this racetrack. Also, the weather does play a little bit into that as well. Someone that's not worried right now about the fuel, well, he thought better of it. The 76 of Heitman was looking to make a pass there and then backed off as now he falls into the clutches of Matty Long there, the 28 on the outside.
See Heitman, looks like Long's trying to get to the outside of him, and he is. See how hard these two fight with each other. Would be surprised. I was going to say, nobody's been shifting this whole entire race, and they've been running pretty low RPMs. Oh, yep, I knew it. So I want
you saw the clutch.
Yeah, watch him go into the next corner here. I'm going to see if Sims does it again, going through 1 and 2. If she does it like she did in 3 and 4, but this is going to make her really slow in the middle of the corner. Might get her ran over here in a minute. So she is pushing. Yep, she's pushing the clutch in, letting the car coast, and ever so slightly, that's saving just a little bit of fuel. It's not a lot, but it's just enough. So they are going to try to make it. I had a feeling. I was looking at when they went back green. I was like, they're going to try to extend this to lap 300 here. It seems like I'm correct so far.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head. When you seen Gitter, or almost it looked like he let the 6 of Jolene, and the light bulb went off on your end. I think you called it right the first time. These guys and girls are going to try to go the distance here to cover to lap 300. It's going to get interesting though, because when that stage does end, it's not you go right into your pit stall. No, you have to go around again. So this is going to be interesting here to see who actually has the lug nuts to go all the way to do it, or do we have some takers right before pit road closes and just kind of reassures themselves that they're not going to run out of gas. This is going to get interesting here in about 30 laps or so as we approach lap 300.
Yeah, well, I think one thing. See, they went green lap 236. The good thing that they're going to have when the caution comes out is, one, field's frozen. We're going to see basically every driver, 5th gear, turn the car off, clutch in, let it coast, just so you can make it back towards pit road and get completely full of fuel. And we'll see really long pit stops because they'll be getting 20 gallons. And they will basically be ran completely dry on that car is what they'll be having to deal with. So they'll be waiting for a long time after the jack drops for those guys to go.
This is going to be this is a stretch here, but I wonder if you do run out of fuel. You know, I don't want to say on the cool down lap, but after you come to the stage, let's say you run out of fuel. Can somebody within the rules of this race give you a push back to pit road, or do you have to make it there under your own power? Does that come into play?
I mean, I don't see any rules against that. I mean, this is a league, so like the iRacing rules don't apply, but I wouldn't think that you'd run out. And even when you do run out in these cars, and again, this is just because I had that experience from running the Coke 600. When I ran out, what I did immediately was cut the car off, clutched. As soon as I realized I'm not going to make it on, like, if I would have kept going, I was going to get to pit road, but the issue was I was not going to have fuel to keep normal pit road speed, which I still sped like an idiot because I was trying to keep up my momentum. But you can cut the car off, and even though it says 0, it's still going to try to sputter. So you can cut the car off immediately as soon as you realize that, and you could get maybe an extra lap out of it with the car sputtering. Now, going down pit road, you're probably going to be extremely slow, and you're probably going to get past, but you might be able to make it one extra lap if you absolutely have to. If you manage your fuel completely correct, it'll be right on the edge of it though.
Well, thanks for that excellent insight and feedback, and you having the experience running a 600 and putting yourself in this situation, so you know what that pressure is like. As we watch Dyson and Gitter here at the front of this piece continue to battle, and as they do that, that helps the 86 machine close in on this to make it a three-way affair. Now working lap 274. These front three pretty much have pulled a little bit of a gap there on Beneville in that 83 machine in fourth. Then you have a little bit of a gap back to the fifth place car of Robert Miller, who's on that massive recovery drive after he has been snake bitten by those extended pit stops, as Bryce pointed out earlier in the race.
We'll just have to see how that goes. That program has updated. I'm going to see very quickly. What will you tell me? I do not want my message volume that loud, though. My background volume low. I wonder. Let me try this. Let me. You're kidding me. I gotta update some files here. I'm just gonna tell it to go somewhere. I'm gonna create a document, I guess. Oh, there it is. Nope. Chief. Files, I guess. Just go there. There it is. Okay, so you can't hear this. I'm gonna tell it to talk to crew chief. I'm gonna add an assignment. I'm gonna scan for controllers. I'm gonna tell this is crew chief. Hold button. Okay, I'm gonna see if this will tell me the info that I need for it. Okay, I assigned the button to it. I believe. Let me make sure I did.
You have piqued my curiosity. If
Yeah,
this is gonna
I'm
work
actually
or not.
curious if this is gonna work. Scan. I need to hold this button. I need to restart it here. These guys are going at it now up front. Holy crap. They have either just decided to realize, they've either realized that their fuel is going to last, or they're just deciding to turn up. Okay, we're going to try it now here. I don't care. Just go. Okay, I get it.
I would have to think they've gotten the clear, the go, turn the heat back on from their crew chief or some of their team admins here, as they feel like they can go the distance now, because just as you decided or started seeing if you can get that crew chief app to work, they have gone back to the two wide free-for-all here at Charlotte. And look at this mad dash here for third, fourth, and fifth place.
I can definitely guess that they were laying off heavily. I got it working now, so let me ask it. How's my fuel? So it says I've got loads, but I don't think it's registering me in the session, so it didn't work. It was worth a try. I was curious to see if it would do it. Let me see. I'm going to do very quick math. We need some Larry McReynolds up here going off it. So we got 20 gallons, not times, divided, oh no, times 3. Times 3 per lap. That is not correct. 0.3. Yeah, so doing the math on it, if they're using 0.3 gallons a lap, it should be 66 laps. But that's going to slow down, so it's really like 20 divided by 0.4, which would be... Still not correct.
They're going to be right on the threshold.
I literally just had this right. So that'll put them at lap 69 to 68. I think they'll be able to make it, though, but it'll be... I don't think anybody's holding back now. I think that some guys have been eyeing their fuel on the info that we do have in iRacing, and once it realized, hey, we have enough fuel, they're like, okay, let's just go ahead and turn this up here and get by these guys. And this 00 has probably actually been he's actually been pulling these guys behind him with them. So they've got to keep. He's actually probably a little bit worse off on fuel because of that, but he's had the clean air, so he's not been having to deal with anybody, but he's not having anybody to draft off of, as Jolene has dropped back to 11th right now.
11th. Look at the 86, that short run car that would fire off like a missile is now contending for the lead, going up against Andrew Dyson. Two Chevrolets duking it out. Now you have to wonder, did he make an adjustment? Is that 86 good now this run because he was saving so much, or is this racetrack coming to him, or is it a combination of all three? But nonetheless, he is there. This is the best long run speed we've seen from him all race long.
Let's see how many lap counts I can get here. This is laps here.
Updraft.
Yeah, they have been going a little bit faster. I realized I was looking at it. Yeah. So these guys up here that go side by side, they're running 31s. The guys behind them are now running 30.7s. So they've turned it up. So I think that some of them have realized, hey, we got fuel to the end. Let's start going. And this is really, especially with as long as a run this is who saved their right rear, or not right rear, their right front tire or their right rear if they've been extremely loose. As we've got blocking for days trying to get around them.
Whoa.
And it's going down to the grass. That's how you get yourself turned if you're not careful. I think it's still some more give here, especially as this race is going on. Again, lap 100 there. No give. It's, hey, you block me? No, I'm just going to turn you into the inside wall.
Well, eventually that give stops, and you end up facing the wrong direction. The 00 going to come up almost.
Oh,
I think he did make contact with him, put him in the fence. Everyone scatters. The 24 was in the grass.
Well, there's your pass in the grass. They all keep it straight, though. The 86 was incredibly loose. He was able to keep it up under him, though. Is these two going to tap a little bit here? A little bit of frustration.
They're still leaning on each other.
Don't know if that's frustration or these guys are racing hard now. 3 wide behind him. 86 just trying to keep people behind him right now as this 00 is pinned down on the bottom. This 00, I would not. This 86 is going to get somebody wrecked here in a minute. There he goes, and he's going to save
it. Oh, they got gets clipped.
Still green, I think. I don't know how they're still green. Yeah, oh my gosh, they're going to stay green after all of that.
I am standing up right now.
That's Hotsuma, who got nicked in the wall. I think one thing that saved Hotsuma is he was already up against the wall, so even when he got hit, he didn't even really get that much damage. It was kind of like, hey, I just got barely nicked. Just drive it down to the inside. However, these guys lost a lot of positions because of that, and I kind of feel for Dyson. I mean, 86 wasn't giving him any options. He was kind of pinching him down there on the bottom. He can't go much lower than what he is, and he basically got put through the grass at one point.
I can't believe the dynamite did not go off there.
You guys got all up on each other for sure.
I mean, you want to talk about woulda, coulda, shoulda? These guys are just that good. I mean, these competitors in this field tonight, I mean, they know when when I consider, I'm in trouble, it's almost like it's not even a blip on their radar screen. They just make a correction, drive right out of it, and off we go.
There's literally no difference with them. They're just like, we got loose. And I think one thing that's with experience of driving the next gens, I love the next gens. And one thing you have to do is, if we went in car with him, if we want to do it right now, I guarantee you he was probably making. I don't have a camera slideshow. You can't hold the wheel. You kind of have to pull it and then let go, pull it, go back straight in the direction that you want it to. Because it feeds the wheel into it. It realizes, okay, I want to get grip this way. I'm trying to get grip this way. Because if you just crank it and hold it, that'll get you overcorrected easily. You kind of have to work. You got to work that wheel, work it small motions back to that direction, and then it'll seemingly get some traction there. That's how you save the slides. And I guarantee if we went on board, he was probably doing that. He was not hand over fist just holding it to one side.
Yeah, you do that in this car, you will pay dividends into the fence 9 times out of 10. It does not like that, as you mentioned. Now side by side, here comes Scherer in the 24 machine. He's going to quickly get third now. That moves him up into a podium place position, going up against Miller. However, the 10 is on the high side of the racetrack. He does have a little bit of draft from Gitter, but Gitter comes down to the bottom. That's going to leave them door to door, side by side. John Force special back into 1 and 2. As the 24 now surges ahead slightly, but that 10 should have the run down the backstretch. The 24 comes up to block.
These guys are going to go heavy on each other right now. A lot of moves are going to be made. This is kind of, you're just going to say, hey, let's just Yeah, I can get his. There goes Miller into the inside grass. He's going to slide. See if that brings out a caution. He's not near anyone. If he gets back going, he will not go a lap down. Yeah, he'll get it fired back. I'll leave a record on that event as he's... Uh-oh, okay, yeah, that has to bring out a caution there. There we go. Go back and see how he got spun. It looks like off of 4. Guys are racing around each other really hard. He's loose already. Go from chase view. That car stepped out before he got out of 4 here. Watch it.
I think...
Right there, it steps out. He catches it, steps out again, steps out again. Yeah, he's already loose before the 28 gets there.
Yeah, that was not Matty Long's fault, as Bryce alluded to. That car was out of shape. He had to get out of the throttle, catch it once, catch it twice. And by that time, Matt Long had nowhere to go and makes a light contact with the 10. He goes for a ride through the grass in part of the road course or Roval section of the racetrack. But as we've seen a lot tonight, Bryce, not a lot of damage to that machine.
Yeah, that was kind of one where he's just lucky that he just got spun to the inside. That's not going to do anything to him. He locks it down. A little bit worried when he came back up on the track just because of those tires are already shot, so that's why you saw him when he probably tried to get back on the gas. It just basically sent him up into the outside wall, or tried to, because he's got no turn on it, or no traction on it anymore. Now, do you try to win the stage? Benefield, Scherer, Murray, and Heitman will do that. Gitter, Long, Joseph, Dyson, Stone, Sims, Avila, Pearson, Hutchinson, Oatsema, Anderson, Simpson, and Williams, along with a lot of other people, come down in pits under this caution here. I believe this will be like a 2-lap shootout. Now, if you're Benefield 1, you're probably saving hard. No, you're not saving at all, I guess. These guys need to be running 5th gear at least. That'll save them some more fuel. There was a video that a guy made. Yeah, there you
go, 2,000 RPM. He was on the clutch there, letting it idle.
There's a video that a guy made. I might link it whenever I get a chance. He showed the fuel where he did it on a Gen 4 car, but running 5th gear and clutching and turning the car off saves so much fuel. It's ridiculous. Like, if you run low gear on that, and I just had a text from Bobby here. Hold on. Okay, yeah, Bobby just asked me after it. Yeah, so I'll tell him after that. But it saves so much fuel. I mean, it was like 0.2 gallons, I think, on the fuel consumption that there was. So that's what these guys need to be doing when they realize, hey, I'm about to be close on fuel here, but I don't think they'll be close at all. Now it'll be like a 2-lap shootout, I think, at the most. That is loud. It'll be a 2-lap shootout, I think. And they go back green. What is this? Trying to... I don't know what half these names are, but I'm trying to read what these names are. We like you. I saw this, I saw that. I saw that before. The lights, yeah, they're gonna stay on here, so it'll be a 2-lap shootout. I was correct on that. Tell you what, coming off of work and going here, that getting like a short shower was. I'm glad I did that. I would have smelled like onions the whole day. I've had that happen multiple times. Where I work in produce, like gosh, pews probably smell like onions or stuff like that. But who cares about that?
Yeah, I've spent my time in the produce section. I know exactly what you're alluding to.
Yeah, I can't wait till I graduate college.
I'm getting attacked by a roll of paper towels.
It must be your children, if I had to guess, they were doing that to you.
Yeah, you got it.
I knew somebody from high school who just had a kid. That was ridiculous. It seems like a lot of people are having kids a lot younger. That being said, my parents didn't have me till they were 30. They're now 50 years old, and I'm 21. So that tells you. Born in 1973, they waited a long time. I asked them, why do you wait so long? And their answer was, we wanted to enjoy our marriage. And I was like, oh, thanks.
Well, they have a point.
I mean, they do, but still, I was like, oh, wow. You don't want to have a kid.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, though. Usually the age is much less than, or a lot sooner before 30. Lights out on that pace car, though. Here we go. 2-lap shootout. The 83 against the 24. And then you have the Team Connie cars of Murray and Heitman behind him in that second row. Hoffman and Taylor, they round out the top 5.
Was it the 2020? Yes, it was. 2022 Coke 600. Somebody asked, is there a record for laps ran in the 6? Oh, are you talking about overall, or?
I think that's what they're asking, but I could be wrong.
I wonder if they're asking about, like, running the Indy car and the Coke 600. I'm going to skip that ad. I think I'm going to see what they're asking. They're talking about the longest Coke 600 race. It was 2022 because they went in overtime for that race. If we're talking overall, I think it was like Tony Stewart. He ran the Coke 600. He did it multiple times. He ran the Indy and then ran Coke. But pace car will pull off in here for a 2-lap shootout here. Old versus fresh tires. How can these guys get fired off? Actually, surprisingly well. Minico jumps out to a huge lead. I want to see how these 60-lap tires are going to fare against these completely new tires. Hall is off the track. We won't look at him too much, though. I think these 60-lap tires won't be able to get to first, but they definitely will get like up to second incredibly easily.
In fact, they are there. But as you mentioned,
get her boxed in a little bit.
It's kind of stuck in the bear cage. Oh, somebody gets turned into the wall.
A 41, I think that was the 00. Don't have a notification for a crash. I do. Actually, that's the...
Someone did a rail slide face first against the outside wall.
That's not the wreck here.
I want to say it was the 11. I think it was the 11.
Are we still green?
Yes, we are.
I was going to say, I was looking at that. I was like, why are we still going here? We'll look at that. Yeah, I didn't get a notification for a crash. I was so confused. I was like, why is there no notification for a wreck here?
I'll tell you what, I like how race controller letting these guys just run it out.
Gator, well, never mind. Gator just drove right by him.
He said, see ya.
I wouldn't be surprised here if I'm Gator too, is I'd actually come back down and top off. Because, I mean, you know these guys are going to get fuel. You've only ran 2 green flag laps on your tires. And we got Heitman.
Oh, my.
Did he save that?
Yes, he did. Did he? How did he save it?
There's no... That car, he was headed for the inside wall.
Yeah, big time.
He hits the wall. Wow, he is headed for that inside wall. And then dirt track, or actually rally. Hey, who got in the wall here? You said it was the 11, I think?
I'm 99% certain it was the 11.
Yeah, so Hall was the one that got spun on the restart. He's had a rough race. And then the 11. We'll go to Ryan Jones here. Now fast forward because it doesn't show a wreck.
It was coming right to the start-finish line.
Who is the car in the wall?
It was either the 11 or the other car that's lime green. I think we just seen it.
Let's see here.
Just in front of the 11.
Where is this at? So this is going across. Still trying to find the wreck here. We saw something happen. I couldn't catch it, though. I didn't get a notification for an incident either.
Either did I.
Yeah, I don't see... We'll have to... yeah, that's going to be one that we're going to miss. We're going to do some Fox Sports production, missing the good stuff on that one. I know something happened, but I can't find the lap. Because I went through all of it, and I couldn't see, like, any notifications for anything.
Yeah, there's a couple cars that have that bright yellow and green rap on it tonight, and I thought it was the 11, but perhaps I was wrong there. But there was definitely contact. Someone took the front of their race car to the outside retaining wall there, and was certainly self-inflicted concrete poisoning. And somehow, I don't know if they got hit back straight, but another one of those just weird deals tonight where it looks like game over, and yet somehow these guys just right the wrong, and we continue to race on.
We've got Gitter in here who won that stage, so I will unmute him now. I wish I could mute his audio so he wouldn't have to hear us just rambling on. But Gitter, you win that stage, come back down. It looks like you're going to top off. You know, how do you feel about your chances with a little bit less than 100 laps left here in this race?
You know, so far so good. I mean, we've got TCSP's built a fantastic set this week, so I think it's just about making it through the field clean, keeping your wits about you, just trying to be smart about who you got around you and awareness.
So do you think, you know, now that the aggression is going to be turned up a lot more than what it was before, knowing that we only have 100 laps left in this race and it's not 400 laps left anymore?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I think now the urgency picks up as far as track position, whereas early in the race it was like, hey, I've got 200 laps to figure that out. Well, now we're down to less than 100, and in this race that's not that much time, relatively speaking, so I think it'll be interesting to see how it picks up.
All right, man, well, I'll let you go. Looks like you've had a fast car, but good luck to you, man. Hopefully we're talking to you in victory lane.
All right, I appreciate it, guys.
That was Patrick Gitter. I will tell him to move him out now.
Yeah, we'll get Patrick Gitter where he needs to go as we get ready to go back on this restart here. And as he mentioned, Bryce, less than 100 laps to go in this one.
Yeah, I'm trying to get him moved out here. There he goes. Okay, now he's gone. I'm going to go.
Now he's gone.
Yeah, I'm going to unmute him now so we don't hear his mic talking through, or we won't hear his mic talking to his team at all. I wish I could mute his audio so he doesn't have to hear us. I don't think they have that perm yet.
Oh.
So
now I'm being shot by Nerf gel rounds.
So we got so Alan came back and said, so last night guys like Heitman ran 600 miles tonight. He's running 600 miles tomorrow. He will run another 600 miles. That probably is the record. Running 3 Coke 600s is ridiculous for Heitman to run all those. I would not do that, especially if it's not for money.
I wouldn't do it either, but that's the Derek Heitman I know. I could see him being the guy to pull that off. That's absolutely incredible. I couldn't imagine. That's got to be a world of hurt. I don't care if sim race it or not. As hard as that man drives, that is a ton of iRacing.
Yeah, that definitely is a lot of iRacing. That is 1,200 laps. No, yes, 1,200 laps. So that is you got to be dedicated to do that, and maybe a little bit nuts at the same time for sure.
Oh, he said a little bit nuts.
You got to love racing a lot.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, one thing that I noticed is I spent like $4,000 on a sim rig, and then I don't even use it as much as I use like my little janky one. That's probably half the reason for that is probably because it's not in my room. I don't think I really have any room in my room for that, sadly. Well, actually, I might. No. Well, no, my bed's there. I might try to move it up here. I tell you what, that thing's like 200 pounds all put together. Freaking heavy. Moving that around.
Probably nice and well worth the effort, though.
Well, the company, no. I hate the company that I bought it from. I'm not going to drag them, but that was the worst customer experience I've ever had with anybody, and their customer support sucks. The green flag is back in the air. We are back underway here. It was, their abbreviation is ASR. I'll just say that much. And then you all can kind of guess what that means from there. Oh, leaning on him, the 29. Up on the 15. These guys will just go down the back stretch. And I'm really curious. So Joe Lean and these guys that didn't pit or came back down the topped off are going to be a little bit shorter on fuel. They'll be going to about lap 3. 350-ish, 355, 356. Oh, apparently Gitter and Matt are also going to do what Heitman did. I don't know how you do that many laps. There's a lot. You got 20 viewers here again. If y'all like somebody having a stroke trying to say some words, subscribe to this channel for sure. If you new to this channel, don't mind throwing in a subscription. Again, doesn't cost you anything, especially in this economy. That's pretty cool. Doesn't cost you any money. You can always take it back from the channel. Just helps us grow. We will most likely be doing some more full-length races. The next one is not for a while. Did we have a... Well, I thought they did. We'll find that out later. I know they had a schedule. I think the next one... No, he sent me one. Let me pull this up very quickly. These two are racing with each other long, trying to get to the inside. Robert sent me one. No, it is not here. I know he sent me it. It's in Facebook. That's what it is. But Long will get that position. Oh, I thought he got the position. Sims, I think, lets him by. Realizes, hey, I'm going to kind of squeeze you up for a little bit right now. I'm going to let you get the position on me. It's not too much. It's not worth it exactly fully. We've still got 100 laps left. These fresh tires are really... Everybody's on the same tires. They're not moving up as fast as I thought they would, as that is an incredibly loose car. Jeffrey Souza. Souza was struggling early, or about mid-race, and kind of got back to it as the race went on. Luckily for him, he's not done a bad job of trying to rebound. He did lead early on, and fell back just a tad. He'll fall behind Gitter now. I did not realize I did that. I have actually pressed a key off my keyboard. Cool thing to do there. When you have a Razer keyboard, you don't realize that you press some buttons off of it. I have smashed multiple keys off this keyboard before, though, in rage. Wow, Gitter almost ran the fastest lap of the race. He ran a 23:39. Got some 29:32's fastest lap, but that's late in the race. And I think the track temp has... I don't know, it's dropped 4 degrees, so they're going to be picking up some more speed. It was 88 earlier. It's down to 84 at the moment. 78 air temp, 84. So again, as this race goes on, it's going to get a little bit darker on the track. Track's going to tend to cool down a little bit, going to pick up some speed from these guys, so they'll be going a little bit faster every single lap.
Tell you what, that Ignite wireless Ford Mustang has turned it up. Lap times are starting to go back the right way.
He's probably good. Yeah, he's definitely doing some good lap times right now at the moment.
And Bryce, I'm not sure if it's on my end or not, but my screen is flashing replay.
It may be on your end. I'll rename the room, and I guess you can reconnect to it, and I'll send you the new name of it. It may be that.
I've tried to refresh it. I wasn't sure if I'm seeing real time or if I'm still got the replay switch delay or not.
Let me see here. Let me give you the new one.
Thank you, sir.
Sent you the new room name on it, so hopefully that is gonna fix it, because we're definitely live for sure.
I think that's gonna do the trick. Stand by.
Souza's gonna be pinched down a little bit. 83, who we saw get loose every now and then, has been keeping that car up there. We saw a lot of people loose early on. That's probably because the track was so slick, but they're trying to keep up with the changes for the race later, as they know that the car is going to tighten up. They are just trying to say, hey, I don't want to get too tight to where I can't do anything with the car. Souza's now going to go up to that high line. See a little bit of skipping around here, just hitting live to make sure that it's actually refreshing correctly for him. I just realized I told these guys I would give them driver cams. I completely forgot about sending that link out earlier.
Yeah, I'm still trying to troubleshoot this here on my end.
That's weird for that. I mean, would it be fixed if you closed it out and then went
That's
to the
what I'm going
live
to do
house?
right now. I'm just going to close it out and restart it here.
I was going to say, if you close it out and I guess go to live on like iRacing itself and then reconnect to SDK, it might fix itself on that, possibly.
Yeah, I switched over to the European server and it fixed for a moment and then it went right back to it.
I was going to say, because we've definitely been on the live portion for pretty much since the drop the green flag. Got the 29 and the 83 trying to go or try to race each other for this position. We're going to be decently respectful to each other. No one's going to pinch each other down, give a lot of room. The 29 is going to have a big run off the high line because of this. He's going to get a decently good run. We got a block be thrown here from the 81, I think. Samuelson might not be too happy with this 57, looking at how aggressive of a block that he made. 57 trying to get this position, former 100% Cup Series champion, Team Conti driver. Be down there on his door, definitely going to run him a little bit closer. I kind of like to see that, guys. Pinch each other down. Now he's going to get away, try to kind of break the side draft. 97 will then go to the bottom right in front of him. Ooh, 52 is going to be put 3 wide almost. He thought about it, and here comes the 11, who we saw basically be destroyed in the rear end at one point in the race because the 67 kind of misjudged. He thought he was going to slide up the track, but he didn't and came back down and drilled him. Who we saw up here really early in the race, he's not been able to really make moves up here. Miller, I think he struggled. I don't know if I think he's just, it's so hard to pass. I think that's what he's having to deal with right now. I think towards the end of the run is when we start to see that car come alive. I think he still might be driving decently easy. I don't know how much damage he has from getting into the wall. I mean, he evidently he's got some. This 15 of Hutchinson is being swallowed up here in that stint analyzer Chevy Camaro. Tell you what, the Chevy Camaro, this is probably biased because I was a Gordon fan. Gordon drove a Chevy, but Chevys feel like they have a more of a sound than anything else. You drive the Toyotas or the Fords, they just kind of sound flat. The Chevy feels like it has more tone to it. What I noticed, at least, driving them. As we got somebody around, that is the 62, the 57. The big ones happening here, the 81, 63. Guys are going through the grass. '63. That's close if he got turned or not. 62, sorry. Yeah, he got bumped coming off the corner. Corrected, and this is just carnage. Absolute carnage through all that.
Yeah, that was a 1-2 whack-a-mole situation. And that was a typical wreck we see at Charlotte.
Oh, that car is destroyed. He's got no steering. You see that right front wheel is locked up. That was the big one.
Damage. That was the big one. We avoided that a lot tonight, but nonetheless shows its ugly face here on lap 325.
Oh, now I'm curious. So you're going to pit here The long's gonna come down. This is gonna be 4 tires, top off your fuel. Huh. Did you get your SDK fixed?
Yeah, we're good to
I was
go
gonna
now.
say, I was curious because I had a feeling you did. Miller is gonna stay out. Hoffman's gonna actually win that race off pit road. Oh no, did the 28 speed? No, he didn't. Okay. Let's see, does he do it? Yep, there it goes. So, gosh.
Clutches in and only 300 RPM showing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so I'm looking at it now. So what these drivers can do is before they go back green, you have a certain window to where you can come back down pit road and you can top it off again. You can, now clutching in like this is gonna save you fuel, but you're gonna have to be doing that. Miller did it smartly. Miller just did a big brain play. So he realized, hey, I'm gonna stay out here. I'm gonna come down pit road anyway. Let's run it. Don't have to come back down and top off. He's gonna be in the back to begin with. Get a little bit more fuel. He's gonna try to go. They're gonna try to go the distance here again. I don't know.
That is one heck of a stretch play.
That is.
I can't wait to see if he can pull this off.
See if he's doing it. All right, so he's gonna start doing it. He's start doing it now. We'll actually probably catch
Yeah,
the
and he
field.
is. He's being very ginger with the throttle.
And I wouldn't be
Short
surprised. Even this. Hastings. Yep, here it is. Tops off. Nope. Well, these guys are involved in the wreck actually. 97 was involved. These guys are out of contention. I want to see. We've got a chance again. They can come back down this time again. And
Right,
still
because
catch
if you pit, sorry to cut you off there, but if you pit when pit road first opens, you can then come back down again without receiving a penalty.
And even if they did get a penalty, let's say they did, I think it's just tail end of the longest line. They're already
Right,
at the back. It's not going to hurt them. I mean, see if they do it. There it is. There it is from some of them. Some of them did it. Matt, Alex, and Anderson. They realize I'm already going to be back here. It can't hurt me to come down here and top off. Uncheck your tires. Make sure to do that. I've saw drivers do that before.
Some of these guys are listening to the broadcast and they're like, "Yeah, I'm digging what he's saying. Let's go ahead and do that."
Again, this all just comes from the experience of running a Coke 600 by myself and being stupid enough. Well, not really being stupid enough. Burning your right front off to where you can't go down pit road or make it down pit road and having to go an extra lap and run out of fuel. Finding out how long you can actually go. And I wasn't using the clutch because, again, it was the first pit stop of the race. So, like, I was thinking, why do I need to save anything? So, I know how long these guys can go exactly on fuel. And this, if you clutch in the whole entire time and stay tucked in behind somebody, you are going to be running out the last lap. You might be sputtering going down the backstretch here. Now, a caution, again, caution comes out, throw the whole plan out the window. You don't even have to worry about saving fuel at that point.
Yeah, take those nuts, crumple it up, throw it out the window. I couldn't have said it any better myself. Bobby Anderson on board. We're on board with him now. Matt DeCiani just inside the top 20 in that 19th place position. Lights out on the pace car. Let's see if Gitter.
Sorry, you can get it here. I didn't mean to talk over you.
It's okay. Let's see if Gitter can get gone. Green flag in the air. He's going to stand on it, put it through the floorboards, and Gitter with another great restart. And look at the squeeze job Hoffman put on Matty Long. He slams down in front of him. So now you got the two teammates split up between Gitter and Long. Hoffman is on the charge now, and side by side. Bryce, this is when this action is really going to start to pick up, I feel.
Yeah, fresh tires, especially guys that fire off fast, we'll see them rise up here. Is that 15 almost putting himself in the wall? Long is looking to make it 3 wide, and he will do that.
He's going to do it.
Gonna make it 3 wide here. Gitter, I think he's gonna, no, not gonna give way, kind of give way. I think that may be a smart move by Gitter. Just decide, hey, let's just let them go. No.
Gitter might get freight trained here, lifting like that.
Yeah, I don't.
See if he can catch a break.
Even then, I wouldn't think that's a bad idea. He's already going to be the odd one on fuel to begin with. So he's already, anybody ahead of him will help him. And I would not be surprised to see Bobby and Matt purposely already doing it. Already saving fuel. And I'm not surprised. Do it early on to where you don't have to do it late in the run. And they're going to stay back here. They're not going to try to go up here and pass. And he's probably running. I think I can actually see this. That's not what I need. I need dashboard. So if you look at this blue line, I think, there is a driver input I can see, and it's not on this one. I might have to update this. Let me update my buttons. Driver input. Okay, I've got that up here. There's one that lets me see it.
And while Bryce is hunting for that, I mean, we can see as we're on board with DeCiani, he is clutching completely through a section of that corner there as he hits the center, completely out of the throttle, and then he is gingerly picking it up now as we go to the nose cam. This all going on just behind the 91 of Hastings.
See, he's definitely saving and doing this early on again. As Stone is down pit road again. That's kind of odd to see. Long will go to the lead. I think if we don't have a caution, I think it might be Matt who's going to win this race. I think he's going to be able to save enough fuel to where he can stretch it. He can go the distance. I mean, it's going to be close. And I'd kind of be like, I think Austin Dillon's first Cup win was a Coke 600.
It was.
I was going to say, it's going to be close, but he's going to be eyeing that fuel the whole entire time. I would not be blaming him for doing that. You're looking at it. You're staring it down, seeing what you can get.
Yeah, that crew chief is his best friend and #1 cheerleader right now in the 28 camp. Patrick Gitter has slid back to 5th, but as you said, that's okay, at least right now. He's using the 6 there as a fuel pig. Try to save all he can in the 21 camp as well, as he is in that 5th place position. Then just behind him, you got Jacob Simpson in that 8th place position. Bryce, I think this is the furthest forward he's been in the 29 ride all night tonight, as now he's up 17 spots.
I think it may be, and one thing that these guys face with an issue is, okay, you're going to be short on fuel. You're not going to make it to the end. Question is, you're not going to need a lot of fuel. You're going to need like 3 gallons at the most. 4 or 2 tires. If you take 4, you might as well go ahead and put more fuel in it. If you take 2, you're going to be able to, you're not going to be in pit road that long. You're not just coming down for fuel. The tire fall off is like 2 seconds. Do you take 2 or 4? Because if you take 4 again, you're going to have to sit on pit road for longer. You might as well go ahead and put more fuel in it. But you don't need that much fuel. If you put as much fuel as you need in it, you can change 2 tires. You can't change 4, though. So it's how many tires do you want to take is the question that you're going to be faced with. As Hoffman will go back to the inside of Long here for this position. Trying to grab the lead back that he had a little bit earlier.
I think it's 2 tires.
I don't know. I mean, it's such a hard decision.
It is tough. I mean, when do you do it? That's the other part of the factor, too. Now Matty Long comes under attack from Clayton Hoffman in that 92. He's led several times tonight. It's almost a 3-way affair. Here he comes, getting a little help there from DeCiani, or Gitter, excuse me, in the 21 machine.
We'll see the 28 still up in that high line, Trying to hold this position here.
I don't think he's saving fuel right now, not to cut you off. Sorry about that.
He 100% not saving fuel at all. He's just going as he's in the wall a little bit. That's going to give the 83 a line to the inside, 3 wide here. Got to give them all each other room. Looks like they are.
Left.
The 92 got a little bit tight there. This 82 or his 28 is going to be able to hold positions. You're going to see this kind of side draft here from the 83. Be able to hold him there on the outside here.
What a show these guys are putting on here at the front of this thing. Making 3 wide look easy.
Guys are still going at it. Gitter has gotten back up to 3rd. And we've got 2 different strategies. Fuel, no fuel. Save, don't save. What do we do? And yeah, looking at Matt's time, he's running a 30:16. This guy's up here running 29:86, 8s, 9s, low 30s. So he's definitely saving fuel. And as the more the run goes on, again, like I said earlier, they're going to slow down because those tires are going to be wore. You're not going to be able to get on the gas as much. So it's going to help them save more fuel again. But it's just how much can they save? Question mark. And if caution comes out, again, just throw the whole plan out the window. It's like, okay, we're coming down pit road now. There's no point in trying to make it to the end when everybody else is going to have new tires also. You're going to come down. And these guys have sets oh, yes, no, some of them don't. Well, some of them do, probably. Some of these guys. We can also see their pit count on SDK. They've got 8, 9, 10 pit stops, but some of them were probably for fuel only. So they probably have about 2 sets laying in the pits right now.
Yeah, that's what I would guesstimate, about 2 sets, 8 tires total in their pit box left.
That's just what we'll have to see from them.
Yeah, I like the way Gitter's running this race right now, and Matt Long for that, to second him. That 86 though, he's finding ways to make that car better and stay consistent. Big time lane change for him there as he kind of pokes his nose back up to the high side, trying to get a little bit of a draft off the 28 along. However, wasn't enough. The 92 of Hoffman is going to be able to clear, gets a piece of the fence. Hopefully he didn't bend a toe link there. That was a pretty good hit for the 92.
Looks like the cockpit seems fine. Wrapping the bottom, you see that car is basically stuck. And one thing that I found just running here too is that, that's Las Vegas. The bottom has a little bit more grip. You got to let the car set down on the bottom though. Actually, you can kind of de-wedge the car if you get below the apron, or below the white line. Too low, however, will spin you out. But if you need some extra turn, you can get down there, and it actually kind of picks up the right front, kicks the rear end out of the car. I want to go to Matt. Is he still doing what I think he's doing? Let's just find out here real quickly.
About to find out.
No, at least this corner. See if he's trying to get to Alex's bumper so he can draft off of him. Alex also topped off on fuel at the same time, so let's just see. No, I think Matt clutched in enough that he's got fuel to the end. I'm guessing that he's got fuel to the end.
Like you said earlier, if you're going to save, get it done early. This way you don't have to worry about it later in the run. Perhaps he has saved enough and he is confident that he can go the distance now.
You're always worried, especially as just the fuel goes on. It's harder to save later in the run because when you're just running out of time. You're running out of time to save fuel. You can't save. I mean, there's always going to be a way to save fuel, but you can't maximize it as much as you can early on in the run because you just have more tools in your pocket. You can maybe just kind of tuck in behind a guy. Like, let's say you need to save 2 gallons of gas. You do it early on, you can save it. And you're also, like, if you get, let me try to word this right. If you save 2 gallons at the start of the run, you're going to slow down. So you're going to save more than 2 gallons as the run goes on. So you know that you're to the good as the run continues. Now, if you do that as the run goes on and you save later, you're trying to save, you're slowing down so much more because you know you're going to run out of fuel. You know, okay, I got to save hard here now. So it's just easy to get that done and out of the way as we got some, okay, well, you know, that works too, Adam. Just go through the infield. As he's still through the infield as he drops to 6 there. I think he got loose coming off of 4. That was interesting. Oh, we got a wreck here now. Looks like Heitman, I think, got into him. That may have broke his toe link. Yeah, it didn't. He's going to pull off. Well, throw it out the window. Ooh, okay, so this is going to bring out a caution here. '83, who we saw through the grass earlier, looks like he's going to get hit in the rear end. As he was bobbling that car all the way around the track. He was loose. Heitman has nowhere to go. 83 actually gets away with the least damage. And then 11 gets some damage in it also, but Heitman is the car that is out of luck there as he kind of destroyed that toe link on him. He ran up on him there. Yep. Oh, gosh, wrong place, wrong time for the 11 especially. I don't know if the 11 has a broken toe link or not. See. He does not have a broken toe link, so he's fine. But all that talk about me saving fuel, don't worry about that now anymore. They're not going to run out of fuel before the race ends. So I rambled on for nothing pretty much there. I think Matt I was going to say, Matt just disappeared. He had a connection issue, I believe. So hopefully he's able to join back here. Yeah, he's definitely got a connection issue. His kids were around him a lot, so hopefully it doesn't play too much into it. But we don't really have any ads, so keep on rambling on there. I'll just go quiet for a little bit before these guys go back green to give my throw to rest. Takes Heitman out of the race. He was a good driver. The 11 still getting damage fixed. He had damage early on, heavily. Well, really not heavily. I'm surprised he got hit decently hard, and it was he still had good pace. Wow, he just destroyed this team. Tell you what, I may have some dying ram here. Dying ram stick at least somewhere. this PC. But I believe lights should go off on the pace car here. No, my memory's not up there. This GPU has slowly risen in temperature. I've noticed that. I do have my fans to ramp up a certain way, however, as the temperature gets a little bit hotter in this room, as I will turn on my room AC at the same time. It is overclocked, so I've definitely been pushing it. More than what it should be pushed, but who cares?
If you can turn it up, right?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, you're back. I was wondering where he went. We got somebody. Oh, we got some guys who are not happy in the Discord looking at the comms.
What are they saying?
Stone's not happy. Hall's not happy.
Oh, you're right.
Neil is not too happy. And these two can go at it. We'll just let them do that. I'm not going to deal with them at all.
Yeah, I had there's a lightning storm in the distance here, and it knocked my internet out for a moment.
I was going to say, I was wondering, I was like, he definitely disconnected on accident because he went offline. I was like, he definitely had something happen to his internet there,
Yep,
but
we're good now. I've just got to load the session back, which I'm doing now.
As Gitter gets a good jump on the field, the 92 doesn't fire off too well as there was a caution, so all that fuel strategy out the window now. They're not going to run out, so they don't have to worry about that anymore. They can go pretty much decently hard. You just still want to conserve that right front a little bit. As soon as I say that, the 22 saves it, locks it down, brings the caution out. Murray doesn't hit anything, though.
Murray just has this internal crash avoidance system that's incredible. You know, I see this all the time from the 22. I don't know how this man does it.
I think the 29, he bobbles it. Yeah, he gets loose in the middle of the corner. Murray's got nowhere to go, and he locks it down, lets it roll, and then locks it down again. He does a good job, and luckily no one else is going to come behind him and nick him there. But we'll give them 40-ish laps to the end. As Matt, I'm going to go get a drink very quickly here. I don't have one right now. Oh. Sorry about that. Neil just hopped in here. He said Neil is very unhappy. And we've got you guys that aren't too happy with each other. I don't blame him. I mean, didn't hear it yet, Matt. Matt's having lightning strikes, so sorry that we went kind of radio silent there. Now you sit through almost 400 laps of a race, 600 miles of it. You get wrecked out. It's definitely super angering as a driver. How I feel about super speedways is you take all that time and then you basically wreck, and you're just like, you got to be kidding me at this moment. You asked me, you are fat, and I'm so glad you were losing weight. Big old fat doggy. It's my golden retriever we have right here. I believe the lights should be going off next time by here for Getter. Neil needs to chill. Who is DSR team? Who is on that team? I don't know. I mean, I don't see the wreck that happened. Looking at the Discord. Some guys think that they took him out on purpose. Neil needs to chill. Definitely interesting with y'all. Gatsby, you look like you're happy with this toy in your mouth. I haven't been able to pet him a lot. I've been at work half the time through all this stuff. I need to brush you though, because you have clumps of hair, fur. Lights have gone off on the pace car here, so they will go green next time by. Getter, he's probably doesn't mind this, knowing that he can just wait for all these laps to count off, and he doesn't have to worry about cooking his tires. Always kind of good when you're the leader. Now, if you have a big lead and caution comes out late, then you're annoyed for sure. You're like, you have to be freaking kidding me that you have a chase down. You're like, okay, well, throw it out the window, I guess. Cautions can fall at the good or bad time. I know Matt's probably like, well, yeah, I went to save fuel, and now there's no point for that caution to or no point in me saving fuel. I think Matt's actually stuck back here too. No, Matt's actually made it up to 11, so he's actually rebounded nice. He was definitely holding off on coming down pit road. Or he was holding off when he was saving fuel. He was really behind there. How do you?
That's race. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, brought my dog in here as you were gone. He's managed to break the squeaker in his toy, but Getter will lead them back to green as the green flag is back in the air. We are back underway here. Heitman just tuned into the broadcast. Tell me about it, gentlemen. Yeah, he's one of the cars that got involved in that last wreck. I had nowhere to go with the 83 was basically through the grass. And anywhere he needed to be, just loose on that car. Is only 20 drivers in there still, I think? No,
that's 20, what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, 21 drivers, I believe. We got some cars that are multiple laps down as a 24, still in the race, keeping his way in here. But Matt's definitely gonna. You're gonna see more take now. I still think you still have to save. You got 40 laps. You can't go up there and burn them off right now too quickly. You got to realize, hey, I still have a little bit of a green flag run to do.
Yeah, you can't let the bald eagles roar 100% just yet, but you're getting there slowly but surely. I want to thank Derek Heitman for coming over here to the chat. Want to say what's up to him. Had a great run tonight going, but not what he was hoping for. But he gets to go for another 600 tomorrow night. Let's look at Matt DiCiani. Or excuse me, Matt Honey. He's also affiliated with Heitman. That's why that name came to mind. But Matt Log and Patrick Getter up here at the point. This looks like deja vu from something else I've seen before. Can these two Team Connie cars hold the rest of this field off? As these laps continue to wind down. Now working lap 363 of the scheduled 400. Here comes the 92 Eaton back on the inside. With that 86 able to maintain his momentum as he slightly pins down the 92, cannot come up and complete the pass and gets stalled out behind him.
And one thing too, I believe the track temp was 84. It's gone down to 82 now. He started at 88, and we did have another fast lap he ran. It was a 29. Make sure it's right. Yeah, it was a 29:22 by Joseph that he ran. So he ran a absolute burner of a lap, and they're running 29.4s right now. So these guys have definitely turned it up. Again, it's cooler on the track, so those cars are just going to be more grippier just naturally because it's not hot, it's not slick. They can actually be able to grip the track there now for these guys. So you will see these times definitely turn up here for sure.
Yeah, I still think we might get a 28-second lap time before all is said and done. So I'm still waiting on my paints to refresh. We're almost there, though. It's Gitter, Long, Hutchinson is your top three. They're holding on to the podium positions. Then you have Gouda, Sims, Hoffman, Miller, Benevides, Tracy, Cook. That's your top 10 as they run right now.
Ooh, look, 15 going down to the inside. He definitely wants to try to make a move there, and he's gonna get that on Gitter. I think Gitter's realized, hey, I can save. Matt Long is Ryko, apparently, so that's what Heitman just said there.
Okay.
I used to be a TWR driver, but I'm not anymore. Just
Team
sets
Watson Racing setup, gotcha.
Yeah, the setups just didn't fit me, and I just also went to more fix. I think fix is just better overall. I think it's just more fair. But Ryko's definitely got some speed. Both of them have some speed. Both of the shops have their strengths and weaknesses. Some are better at certain tracks than others. Just hated having to spend so much money on setups, it seems. Buying one every week is like, well, this is kind of getting annoying. But Hutchinson, we haven't talked much about him. He's now found his way up here.
That 15 has really turned up the heat. And he is there, I mean, just stalking the back of Matt Long in that 28 ride.
And
lap times are about mirroring each other.
Right, he's found his way. He has gained 29 positions. So he has definitely just flew up here.
You know, it's like I was talking about earlier, not to cut you off there. Some of these guys, how did they have their cars set up? Did they have it set up for the, beginning of the race, in the daylight, or was it set up for the nighttime? And that 15 seems to have come to life when it needs to, is he has now taken the lead from Matt Long. First time leading this race, Ralph Hutchinson carries the torch here at Concord.
He's got 30 laps to go, though, so he's probably realized, hey, I can't be burning them off right now. I don't know how hard Long will fight him. I think Gitter's laying off decently well. He's probably trying to keep that car up under him, realizing, hey, I've got some time. Miller has found his way back up here. Miller was super, super fast early on. I mean, absolutely fast. And he kind of got mired back here in the pack. He's found his way back up here a little bit as he's going to, I think he's not trying to block the 6. Oh, Lord. Saves it. I think he kind of tried to pull a slide job there on Jolene, but it was a slide job that didn't work out, and he was washing up the track, and then the rear end decided to say, hey, I want to come talk to the right front. When you're a driver, you don't want to see that there at all. You don't want to see if you can see your right rear in your mirror, you know that you're loose. That's not what you want to deal with.
I know you mentioned wash. That may have just been the don't stain your ride, use Tide moment of the race.
Oh, it's not broken, buddy. How do you do? Whatever. See Miller's going to run that high line to tighten up the car just a tad. These two are going to go back at it, though. Long and Hutchinson. This is also going to draw Gitter right back into his graph, or into Gitter's graphs, though. So they got to keep an eye on him gaining too much time on him.
Right, because I mean, the more they fight side by side, these cars that are single file behind them is now just as I say that, it's single file again, allowing them to close in on this battle. So Hutchinson took the lead from Long, went out, led a couple laps, then Long decided It was time to take it back from Hutchinson, so those two have flip-flopped. Gitter remains in that third place position. He's just out of the camera. In fact, you can see him now closing back into the picture. His last time by, Gitter fastest, well, second to fastest car on the racetrack at a 29.76.
He's running pretty normal lap times around everybody else. They're running 29.6s, 29.5s. Got some 29.7s, some 29.9s by Hutchinson. So Hutchinson may have used up his tires getting up there. I can tell tomorrow my voice is going to be gone. They're going to be like, why aren't you talking? I'm like, oh, I kind of can't. I've had that happen once, and that was... I mean, when I say I wasted my voice, I mean, it was absolutely gone. That's one thing they don't talk about in Gitter, just power moves outside of Hutchinson. Oh, Lord, 86. Down to the inside of him now. Here comes a 92 in the grass. Trying to get to the 86's inside. He's not going to be able to do it.
I don't think there's any more give left. It's all take at this point. I don't think you're going to see anyone lift. You can just tell by the intensity of these drivers, it's just picking up. We are coming down to the wire here.
It's definitely completely take. No give anymore. I'm 24 laps left. This is, hey, I'm going to try to light this thing up. And I wonder if this 86, he's, oh Lord, 92. He's probably been making changes throughout the whole race, seeing if he can get more longevity in this car. And I wonder if this last pit stop, if he changed something to where maybe, just maybe, he changed something to where this car doesn't absolutely fall off a cliff when it starts to fall off. Because when it was fast, it was fast. But as soon as he started to slow down, he slowed down a lot.
Somebody voicing his disconcern in the radio chat right now. This type of the race, when you start to see some tempers or some emotions start to boil over, that is common, that is racing. But how about this? Team Connie in P2 lurking, trying to run down the dirty South driver, powered by Ryko Setup Shop. As Derek Heitman corrected me in the chat. Thank you for that, brother. Here we go to the high side, Bryce.
He's going to get to the high side, and I think that may be basically all that he needs, and he's probably just going to be able to sail it off in there, and he will. Gitter will get that position. Can this 86 follow behind him and maybe see if he can do something? There's a lot. Well, I wouldn't say a whole lot, but you can still manipulate this car on the pit stops, and he could be changing it up. He may have just, found the sweet spot for it. There's going to be 20 to go when they get back to the start-finish line here.
Yeah, 20 laps remaining in competition. Well, the scheduled distance anyhow, and you're right, that 86 has definitely found more longevity, sustainability, because, we talked about it a lot early on. That car just was a banshee off the get after you put fresh tires on it. But then it was just like it went into the, I don't want to say the garbage, but it fell off a ton. And here he is in that second place position, not falling off. In fact, his lap times are really competitive right now compared to the competition around him. But Gitter trying to do what he does best on Sunday nights, and that is get gone at the end. Can he do it here?
Yeah, Gitter. But ran with him a couple of times on A-Open. Been a while since I ran with these guys again because I don't run the open stuff anymore. But he was definitely always a driver who I'd always be like, well, here comes Gitter. I have to defend Gatsby. Sorry, my dog's trying to shove his nose into my. Like, I get it. You're a golden retriever. Want attention. He was always a driver who was really hard to get around. I would race hard but clean. Talking about clean, I'd put talking about kind of Derek in this chat. I put Derek in the wall at Indianapolis at one point on accident, and he wasn't too happy with that. I don't blame him at all. And I actually shoved him to a win at Atlanta because I owed him a win. I kind of felt horrible for doing that to him. Hold on, you got something in your sleeve?
Well, that's how you get someone's good graces back. After you make a mistake, you help them get a victory, and that seems to balance things out. Just when you thought Clayton Hoffman may have been done, he just made a move there for around that third place position. And now he is going for P2. He is side by side with the 86. This is allowing Gitter to get away just a little bit more as they are battling side by side just behind him.
Yeah, Gitter's probably looking in his mirror saying, yes, please go side by side. Don't look at the fact that, hey, this is actually letting me get away. 100% is what it is doing for him. He evidently does want to see that gap grow. Now, a caution will again completely erase all of that as 86 is, I think he's, I don't know, he's just not had the pace the whole entire night. He's just been up and down. Gitter's been pretty even overall. I would have honestly expected Miller to be back up front here, but late caution comes out and say they pit. That 86, I would not count him out at all, especially with how short on speed he has.
Yeah, Alex or Murray is coming too in the 22. He's actually going at it with Robert Miller right now that you just mentioned there in that 7th and 8th position. There they are. They're turning some very fast laps right now as well. I just don't know if they're going to have the time to get there. But then again, Alex Miller has really done some very impressive things behind the wheel of the race car at times as well.
Murray, he was the car that spun that brought out that last caution, so he has a little bit fresher tires. But I think this 86 is holding him up. I think they've realized this. They've lost about a whole second to get her, and they gotta get around him now. This is the point where you got to use the bumper.
That's what I was thinking, because he's not going to get out of the way. He's not just going to roll over and play dead. And there comes the big push there from Matt Long. Gets him a little loose there on entry. You just want to make sure if you do go to the chrome horn, you don't self-inflict pain onto yourself by taking you out in the process if you do decide to move that 86.
And especially if you hit them, you got to get away from them after that, because they will try to get you back. They will try to just drill you in the rear. Say, oh, you bumped me? Well, guess what? You're close enough to get bumped, so I'm going to give it right back to you.
Back to you.
And an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Hammurabi's code. Unless you're rich, you can't pay them off in NASCAR. Well, unless you're one of the officials, maybe.
You know, the other question, you know, are these other drivers like Hoffman, Matt Long, Jolene Sims, as they ride behind this 86, who is clearly... Oh, there answers my question.
There goes the 10 down to the inside of Robert Miller. He locks it down. He has had a rough race tonight.
Every time Robert Miller gets back to the front, something goes wrong, and I'll let you run it from here, Bryce.
Looks like the 6 of Jolene. Car's going to step out there. It's loose. Miller's just, he's wrong place, wrong time. Bails out of the throttle. He gets loose. Murray has nowhere to go, and he clips Miller going down, and he has had such an off and on night. And he gets hot, and then it's been rough. All right, so Joseph has pitted 11 times. However, I don't think all the times he took tires. If he did, well, he's done. It looks like he did not take tires every single time. That was a smart move from him.
We're about to find out right here. Watch the jack, see if it goes up on that 86. Because we know he's got good short run speed. In fact, you kind of painted this scenario earlier on in the race if we got to this point with the late caution. And he clearly has tires. There goes the jack up in the air. You're going to see those Goodyears get switched out. Well, simulatedly be switched out. It looks like he took 2 tires there. 2 tires for Gitter, Hoffman, Beneful, Murray perhaps as well.
Yeah, the first person that took 4 looks like it was Matt. And, I don't think that's a bad idea. But
no, not at all.
I don't know how these two tires are going to fare. So I'll be right back. My throat is, I can feel it start to burn. It's going to end up
I
horrible
got
for
you,
me.
brother. I got you, man. So pace car back out there on the racetrack, slowing things down late with a late race incident. Just Charlotte deal, a racing deal, wrong place at the wrong time. Car gets yeeted down the racetrack, throws out the caution. Mad dash on pit road. You've seen all your leaders come down. 2 tires for a majority of them. However, Matty Long took 4. The price he paid is he's going to get slotted back into that 9th place position, just inside the top 10, but he's going to have 4 fresh Dr. Feelgoods on the race car. Currently working lap 391, so we're inside 10 laps to go. Does Matty Long have enough time? Does the short run speed on the 86 have what it takes to get around Patrick Gitter? Or does Team Conti come through with a massive clutch win? I shouldn't say clutch. They've been very good all night long tonight. Or do they get a statement win here at the return of the 600? Place your bets, everybody. It's about to get good. Not that it hasn't, but it's about to get rowdy. Sterling Marling throwback car there should get the wave around. You know, if you're Gitter, Hoffman, Murray, you know, for me, this is when my nerves, my stress levels are going to peak. Late in the race, have a shot to win a marquee event here after almost driving 600 miles, 400 laps, and everything you've done up until this point puts you in position to potentially get a win.
Seems like hopefully my throat will last through most of this. I think I'll be fine now, but I could feel it burning. I was like, oh gosh, here we go. So I wonder if this 86, how he's going to fire off on 2 tires. If it's going to be like we saw earlier where he's absolutely just cooking for 10 laps. I mean, he only has to go 8 laps, so he could use this short run speed of this car to his advantage 100%.
Right now the question is, was that short run speed on 4 tires? Which I think it was. I don't think we've seen the 86 fire off on 2.
That's I don't know. It's going to be weird. I don't know. It'll be close on his time and what he can do with it. The Gitter in this 86.
Calm before the storm.
Put up a pole here.
Somebody just said, if you want to go ahead of me, there's some walls that need to be taken down.
Gonna start that poll that we have going up right now. Just gonna see who's gonna win as pace cars pulled in here. And the green flag is back in the air. We are back underway here. The 86 doesn't get an absolutely horrible start. He's gonna tuck in right behind Gitter, straight to the bottom.
He was peeking there.
Can these 2 tires act like 4? The 86 has amazing short run speed, but was this on 4 tires? Was that speed just on that here? The right side tires are the tires that take the most abuse, and he's going to get tight there. That's going to really hurt him. That's going to give Gitter a huge lead. Now, the fresh tires of Matt Long, he's kind of stuck back here. He has 4 fresh tires. He's stuck back in 6, though. He's got to get around these guys. However, he's going to be able to make moves that they can't because of the tires, and they've got Carlos. That's a 15 behind him. Long, because he's seeing these laps count down. He realizes, hey, I got to start making moves. I'm going to send this car in harder than what I did before, and it's just not going to turn for him. There he has to brake in the middle of the corner. Almost gets ran over by Matt.
Yeah, almost gets ran over by Matt DiCiani. And he has got himself locked in the bear cage, stuck on the bottom. New fastest lap of the race. Patrick Gitter goes 29.18.
That's kind of amazing on older left side tires, but again, the right side takes the beating. So if you're going to take any tires, you need to take right sides. As Benefiel looks like he will go to the inside of this 86. Looks like this 86, he's just not the same on 2 tires. He needs 4 to be completely fast, but Long has kind of somehow punched his way through as another fast lap from Gitter, a 29.14.
29.14. I was just going to say, and I wish I said it because now anyone can say, oh, you're just saying that. I didn't think we seen the fastest Patrick Gitter can go, and yet he is, as Bryce said, on 2 tires, almost into the 28-second bracket, and he is checking out, Bryce. He has almost got a second advantage over P2.
One thing I've noticed is he's closing, or he's using that apron as much as he can going through the front stretch. He's cutting it as much as possible. I mean, and you can go low on that. You can be in the grass, but iRacing won't register it in there, and I think that's what he's using to his advantage. He's going to have 2 more laps to go here. It's been almost 400 laps for him. Started at 8:30. Looks like we'll end around 2:44. 2 more times around here, unless a caution comes out, and that can change everything. He just wants to see the white flag. As soon as he sees the white flag, he knows that the race will be over, as Matt Long just set the fastest lap of the race, a 29.12. Looks like those 4 tires will not pay off in time for him, though. Gitter, he will go into 3, come out to 4, and he will see the white flag. As soon as he gets the white flag, that's all he cares about, because he will be able to kind of relax just a little bit here.
White flag. White flag in the air for Patrick Gitter. Does he have what it takes to complete 1 more lap around this racetrack? You betcha he does, as he has lit all rockets and engaged full afterburner on the 21. 2 tires, no problem. Mama, I'm coming home. As he's coming through the 3 and 4 complex through the final time tonight, he can see the checkered flag, and nobody shows you how to get going in prime time like Patrick Gitter as he scores the win in the return of the 600. Absolutely incredible performance from the 21.
Yeah, Gitter will come home with the win. 600 laps. Takes it home, as we had a wreck that was coming to the start-finish line. Not really going to look at that, though, but Gitter, he's probably like, oh my gosh, it's finally over. Definitely, his body probably hurts if I had to guess, because that is a long race for him, but he'll burn it down. The Team Conti driver. Wonder if Michael is watching. That'd be kind of cool. Michael talked about me to Kenny Coppola, one of the builders for Team Watson Racing at one point. So he knows of me, but never probably heard me talk at all. But you see the 86 coming to kind of congratulate him also. Looks like the car just didn't fire off the same on those 2 tires there.
Tell you what, these competitors put on a heck of a show here tonight. Patrick Gitter. I am so happy for this Team Conti driver. Well-deserved win, and was absolutely lights out when he needed to be, as he salutes the fans in the stands and burns it down.
I do the Kyle Larson burnout. It's kind of what Kyle Larson does now. He tries to do a burnout the whole front stretch here, and he looks like he'll pretty much do that. Gonna whip it around. Text from Bob here. Hold on. Wait for Gitter to get that done and over with. Looks like he's done his burnout there. So I will pull up the race results here. Full-length Cup Series, the return 600. We will start with the 3rd place driver in Clayton Hoffman. Wait for it to be dragged in here. Hey Clayton, this is Matt and Bryce in the booth. You got a copy, man?
Yes.
Man, so you come home 3rd after 600 miles. I ran a Coke 600 7 days ago, so I know what it feels like. It's a long race, but, you know, how did it go for you overall, though, man?
It went pretty good. Definitely had some handling things I didn't like with the car, but it went pretty good. It and finishing, made the right choice at the right time of when to go, when to save. So it really worked out to where I got all the way back up on the, front couple rows, and I just was able to maintain from there.
So how difficult was it managing this car, and did you make any changes, as it went from sun to then nighttime?
My car really didn't change that much. I was really loose the first run, and then it got just a little bit tighter, and I just pretty much left it just because I knew, when it's hot out, everybody's saving a lot more tire, so it's a lot easier for me to save right front than it is right rear. So I could just manage it with the pace at the end of the race there.
So how taxing was this on you, to sit here for 4 hours and drive 600 miles? Like, was there any discomfort that you had to deal with? Because I know when I ran mine, I kind of had to at least move around under caution.
Yeah, I've run a couple 600s this week just, to have fun racing, and yeah, you definitely get uncomfortable there about halfway through the race. You're like, "Oh man, I'm gonna be really stiff when I stand up." But you know, I I got a nice seat cushion, and it treats me pretty well. So I don't have as big a problem as I used to. So I actually feel pretty good. Feel like I could almost run another one if I could go take a shower first.
I definitely know how that feels. Well, before I let you go, is there anybody you want to thank? Any sponsors you want to shout out that may have been watching the stream here tonight?
Just shout out to Nitro Racing and Jeffrey for letting me chat with him, and Ralph and Jacob. I enjoyed talking with them during the race, and yeah, their race didn't seem to start off that well, but I think it ended up okay for some of them. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thanks for Bobby for putting the race on. Uh, I wouldn't say it was or I would say it was a very tense race, but I mean I enjoyed it. I got frustrated, maybe a time here and there, but overall I would say it's pretty good for me.
All right, man. Well, I will let you go, but good job with the third place tonight, man.
Thank you guys.
Wait for Bobby to drag him out. I've told him to get the second place driver. Let me tell him to drag the 92 from the room. There we go. So he's done that now. Let me unmute Hoffman. And this is the third place driver and Adam Benefiel. So, Adam, you come home second there. Now, how did the race go for you overall, though, man? It was a long 600 miles for you.
I don't know. It was eventful, I guess. Apparently, I'm a dart without feathers, I guess. I don't know. I guess we got lucky, had a golden horseshoe shoved up our rear, and got lucky with a P2.
Yeah, I was definitely watched you went to the grass. These cars were definitely some were loose, some were tight. So, what condition did you have to deal with the whole entire race? Because it seemed like some guys were loose, some guys would just absolutely plow tight as the run went on.
It's just, I mean, it's mirror driving's what it is. People enter the corner like they're running the top, and then dead center of the corner, they drive straight to the bottom because that's where you're at. And all of a sudden you have air and it takes everything off your car and you break loose. The situation out of 4, when I was leading, I caught the bump wrong. There's a big massive bump and I hit it, went through the infield. I tried to keep it under control and out of everybody's way. Uh, the right rear was hot, pissed off, went down into the turn 1. I mean, it's a hot right rear. It slipped again. I caught apron, and I don't know what Derek wants me to do. I guess I just need to suicide myself to keep from trying to save a race car. But I mean, it's just stuff like that. It was a long 600 miles. It was very frustrating and aggravating. It was good, and then it went to hell in a handbasket.
It definitely seems like some races, especially as they go on, it's like, well, this is going good, and then it changes in an instant. But you still do come home second. But before I let you go, is there anybody you want to thank? Any sponsors you want to shout out that may have been watching the stream here tonight?
Team Conti guys, been over there with them for a while, so appreciate them. Dustin, Cam, We missed Bryson tonight. Everybody at Team Conti, Sim Performance, we got something that we built over there that's pretty big and pretty good, and I mean, hell, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the top 11 was TCSP. So, um, yeah, I mean, just thanks to those guys. Thanks for y'all broadcasting. A big thanks to Bobby for bringing this back. This was something that we all did together, and really enjoyed it. Enjoyed getting back together. This is exactly how frustrating races were back in the day. I mean, we'd all get pissed off and mad as hell at one another and cuss one another out, and then that'd be it. But one thing about it is we race each other very hard, and we don't give an inch, and that's what brings me back to this place. It makes me so excited for the future of it. There some damn good drivers in here, and I just happy that Bobby brought it back, and I appreciate y'all broadcasting it to let everybody watch it and see all the talented drivers in here and all the squirrels, the few squirrels we have.
All right, man. Well, I will let you go. Good job coming home at second tonight, man.
Thanks.
As that was Adam Benefield. We we will wait for Bob to. There he goes. He dragged him out. So let me unmute Adam. So, Patrick, this is Bryce and Matt in the booth. You got a copy, man?
10-4, gotcha.
And so you come home with the win there. You know, how did the race go for you overall, though, man? Evidently, the end was good for you, but how was it from the drop of the green flag to the checkered?
I mean, overall, it was about what I expected. I mean, it was guys that were, as far as like the trend in the racecraft and managing runs and things like that. I mean, a lot of it was kind of knowing who you had around you, what kind of pace they were running, who you thought was going to have a good long run car late in the run, if they were backing off their pace early. So, I mean, it was just a lot of like observing and wait and see. Until we got to the end, and then everybody was just freaking wide open, especially there. That last run we had about 40 to go, and then obviously that last restart.
Yeah. So, what was going through your mind before the last? I think the second to last caution when some guys could have made it on fuel. Was it pretty much you were just going to run hard and then pit for just 2 or 3 gallons and take 2 tires? So, what was going through your head at that point?
Well, initially we were looking at fuel estimates, and we were like, man, can we make it? And then it's weighing the balance of, does it make sense to save? Because I mean, you could make it to the end, but then your pace is so slow, you're gonna get your doors blown off by the guys that split it and pit. So I saw what kind of pace the guys around me were running. Matt Long and Hoffman looked like they were taking off, so I decided, all right, I'll just save for a little bit and then try to make my way back up there. And that worked out. We had that caution, so that really took care of the guessing game too.
It definitely is a. You're like, I was really curious about that because I ran a 600 actually on my birthday on the 19th, and stupid enough of me, I burnt my right front off so much that when I actually tried to pit, I couldn't get down the pit road because the car wouldn't turn. So I had to go around an extra lap and ran out. So I knew how long the fuel could last. And I was looking at it and I was like, they can stretch this fuel to the very end. So I was wanting to see if if Matt and all those other guys in the back could stretch it, because I knew exactly how long they could go. It was definitely getting to be interesting there, but it was definitely a good race overall. So how taxing was this on your body? Sitting there for 600 miles and for pretty much 4.5 hours.
Yeah, it's definitely an endurance race. There's just, you make one mistake. I mean, you can't doze off. I mean, you got to be alert. You can't clip the apron. All it takes is clipping the apron one time, and you could snap the car up into the wall and kill it. So it's just about being persistent, being determined, hitting your marks, and staying diligent.
Hey, Bryce, I'm going to chime in here real quick. Patrick, Matt up in the booth. 2 questions for you, brother. Where did you pull that 2-tire fire speed from at the end? And what do you think? Can you repeat and do it again tomorrow night?
Man, we played a little bit with that during the week in officials. We've seen it work before at other tracks with this car with the 2-tire stops. So we kind of had an idea of what to play around with. And Michael Conti and the guys at TCSP did a fantastic job with kind of coaching us through what adjustments we were probably going to need in that kind of situation. So definitely got to give those guys credit because it certainly helped out a lot. And then at that point, it was just running qualifying laps, those last 10 laps, pretty much.
Well, you certainly did, and you put it on full afterburner, and it was thrilling to watch. So pumped up for you and Team Conti. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you go for another win in the 600 tomorrow night. And I'll throw it back to Bryce. Didn't mean to cut him off. I just wanted to congratulate you, and I was telling you it was fun watching you do your thing out there, man.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Matt.
You're very welcome, bud.
Been a long night, so I'll let you go. But before I let you go, is there anybody you want to thank? Any sponsors you want to shout out that may have been watching the stream here tonight?
Absolutely. First off, you guys in the booth for calling the race, and Bobby Anderson for putting this together, man. I mean, there's so many talented guys that ran 100 Cup last year, and a lot of us were disappointed to see it go away. So this was a fantastic way to bring the guys back together, race hard, competitive. So appreciate the work there. Team Conti Sim Performance, we've had a fantastic car all week. They've given us great coaching on, like I mentioned, some pit stop adjustments, things like that for situations like tonight. So appreciate those guys. C12 Design Shop for the paint ran tonight, and Martin PC.
Hey, man. Well, I will let you go. Good job tonight, man.
All right. Take care. Appreciate it, guys.
That was Patrick Gitter. I need to tell Bobby to move him out. Doesn't move Gitter. Let me move Gitter. There we go.
There he goes.
Moved him. I need to unmute him. All right, so I'll go over the finishing order here now before we talk about the race. So first is Patrick Gitter, second Adam Benefiel, who was evidently a little bit mad because some people were talking about him. Clayton Hoffman third, Joseph Galota fourth, Alex Murray fifth, Jolene Sims sixth, seventh, Matt Dinkiani. How do you say his last name?
DeCiani.
DeCiani 8th, Bobby Anderson 9th, Lucas Hotsema 10th, Ryan Jones 11th, Ryan Samuelson 12th, Corey Cook 13th, Ralph Hutchinson 14th, Stephen Williams 15th, Brandon Hastings 16th, Jacob Simpson 17th, Jeffrey Souza 18th, Ben Tracy 19th, Matt Long 20th, Robert Miller 21st, Edward Scherer, I don't know why it says that, 22nd, Cameron Stone 23rd, Derek Heitman 24th, Johnny Avila 25th, Neil Pearson 26th, Dustin Hall 27th, Justin Taylor 28th, Andrew Dyson 29th, Charles Eaton 30th, Brandon Edstrom 31st, Sean O'Brien 32nd, Bryson Alexander, and Rob Tracy was race controller. But Matt, how do you think that race went overall there, especially towards the end?
I don't think you could have asked for a better group of competitors and a better product of racing than what we just witnessed here tonight. I mean, from start to finish, you've seen the respect given, you've seen the patience, we've seen the epic saves out there on the racetrack. And then when it transitioned to go time, we've seen some of these drivers clearly not showing us all the speed they had, referring there to the 21 and what he was able to do on 2 tires. We've seen the frustrations, the tempers, the emotion. I think this race gave us everything and then some. And big shout out to Bobby Anderson for getting this back together. It was certainly a lot of fun being up here with you, and hopefully we're right back here next year when they do it again.
Definitely interesting. Maybe doing more for this league. I don't have the exact schedule. I had it, and then I've somehow lost it, which kind of sucks, but I'm not going to keep you all here any longer because it has been 4 2.5 hours, and my dog's staring at me right now. So I will let you all go, and thank you, Matt, for joining me. Hopefully we will see you all on the next stream. Austin will be streaming Fast Track Sim Racing on Monday if y'all want to tune into that.